Kadaning Bashpaka. It's where I spent the night. Not in the forest. In the cab of the truck. Of course. This is a trailer I'm pulling. Parked at the Walmart. Kind of noisy. But just wanted to show you a little. This is my little camp bin right there. It has the stove and the coffee pot. A few odds and ends in there. It's my preparations for the coffee cream. Actually, I already put the monk fruit away, but the coffee's right there. Finishing up brewing. You can see the trailer. Hallelujah. Yahuah. Still trying to wake up. Looks like the sun's gonna be rising over here. Oh, he's already hidden in the tree there. Be up very shortly. I'm not gonna be spending too much time here. We're gonna be getting on the road quickly. Shalom, shalom. Here we go, on the road again. We're headed up east 35 towards Jackson, right into the incredibly bright, white, hot sun, and the sky is like a weird, hazy, I slept well. Hallelujah. Yahuah kept me safe once again. A little bit hot, but you know, the little fan makes a huge difference, and I actually raised it up by putting it in a box here, its own box, and then placed it on top of its own box, and it was more direct onto me, and that helped a lot. But it will get like really, really humid after like 3 hours. Start up the truck and let it run for like 10 minutes. Shut it off and go back to sleep. Wake up again, like really sticky, humid. Same thing. Fire up the truck for a few minutes. Totally changes all the air. Pretty quick too, and then shut it right back down. I mean, it is a small space, and you know, in here breathing and whatever, I guess, is part of it. Also, like it stayed like 91 degrees for like, it was like an hour and a half after the sun had gone down, and it was still that hot. I was like, dang, it's smoking hot right here. So we were in Chillicothe, or Chillicothe, however, I don't know how the locals pronounce it. I really just want to know how the elders of First Nations pronounce it. That's all that matters. But I don't know, so we don't know. Let me see, what am I doing here? Staying on this road, looks like, for 95 miles until I get off on I-64 East. Hallelujah. Yahuah. I fired up the camera right quick because there was this minivan in front of me. I didn't know if I was going to be able to capture it, but they literally have a 5-pointed pentagram star in a circle with all rays of sun, rays of light around it, right plastered on the back of their window. And this is the spirit of the age, I believe, is that all of those things come completely into the light and are normalized. That's why they're so excited. That's why they're it's kind of like a completion of their own type of demonic prophecy. Take it for what you will. They believe that Trump is the agent that's going to usher that in. And it was Marina Abramovich was saying about him that that he can actually institute much change by the way of chaos. This is not telling me what to do right here. There's a split. It's an equal split too, so it kind of looks like this is the exit. I do believe this is the proper way, according to what the blue line looks like, but the directions up in the green box don't say anything. All right. So I had gotten a message from one of my Akeem, one of our Akeem, and he resides 3 hours from Greensboro, and this is Abba, man, Baruk Yahuah. We hadn't really been talking much for a while, you know, just busy doing our own calling. And then he messaged me and he is like, Shalom, I'm halaling for you. And I was like, Shalum Hallelujah, Tada. I'm actually in North Carolina. He's like, really, what part? I go, well, I'm on my way to Greenville. Oh, wow. You know, I live in Tennessee. I'm 3 hours from Greensboro. I'm like, well, I'm actually going to be staying in Greensboro after I make my delivery for Shabbat, because I esteem the seventh day on the pagan Wednesday, as you know. And he's like, oh, well, maybe I can spend the night in Greensboro. I was like, spend the night? What? In my room? He's like, no, I can get a room, or... This is also very weird. Okay, we're staying right here. Or sleep in my camper. It's like, hallelujah. All right. I mean, I'm willing, right? So maybe we're going to get face to face, and Yahuwah's will be done. I will be very, very well pleased and filled with thanks. I've been wanting to try and meet up with brothers out here on my travels. If there's any immersions or just breaking of bread, halal together. Yeah. So, hallelujah, Yahuwah, man. All right. Sorry. Don't get too excited. We don't know what's going to happen yet, but it could. Right? He lives in Tennessee. I live in Washington State. He drives this massive, beautiful dump truck. It's just, he sent me a picture, you know? So I sent him a picture of my truck. He's like, boy, you are far away from home. Yeah, I am. I left on Thursday. And, yeah, I don't know what that, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 5 days. So it is pretty far. Baruk Yahuah. So it's saying it's 78 degrees right now. I got 374 miles is my next destination, stopping point. It's going to be a pilot. I plan to take a shower there, Abba willing, if I can reserve one. I have quite a bit of time because I did get a room, red roof in Greensboro for Tuesday night. So I most likely can't drop today anyway. I'm going to make my plans to drop tomorrow. I was trying to do some quick maths. It's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. 1 would be the 5 hours. I mean, dang, if I didn't have to do the shower and have no idea on the way, I could call and say that I'm planned to be in the area around 3. Let's just hold off on that, see how everything goes falling into place, and try to get some more miles. For one, don't go 55 into 70 when you're trying trying to get somewhere. All right, hallelujah, Yahuah. Yeah, you know, it's actually, I was thinking about this a little bit with regards to Trump. This is, just hear me out on this, because this is a pretty crazy way to think of things. It is a very narcissistic mindset. I don't think it's possible for him to not think that he's like the greatest gift to all mankind, you know, not to mention the spirits that dwell in and through him and all that. But he ordered the bombing of 3, we'll just call them enrichment facilities, because, you know, whatever. One side says it's using it for energy, the other side says it's for weapons. I'm not getting into all that. This is just keeping it simple. He seems to think, or be, at least his comms, his communication is, it's almost like, I had to let him know that I'm not playing around. I said I want a peace treaty, get a peace treaty done, or else. Like a wake-up call. Like you just slapped him across the face saying, pay attention, right? No, dude. Look, it's a declaration of war whenever you attack a sovereign nation, when you attack their soil. Period. Like, this is known, historically known thing. You don't go into another person's kingdom and attack their soil, their people, their property, whatever, and then think that it's like not a declaration of war somehow. No, it's just that when I negotiate, I mean what I say, and I say what I mean, and I don't play games and do it, right? I mean, no. You just basically did the declaration of war, right? Internationally and historically recognized by all kingdoms everywhere, period. Like, to think that it's something else was kind of bizarre. You know what I mean? Okay. Now, in a historical context, when you have these kingdoms clashing, there are different allegiances. Even we see in Scripture, kings would unite themselves in a cause against a common foe. And most commonly, what you'll see is that they do it because that other kingdom is the biggest threat. It's a mutual threat to us. They're too dang powerful. They got too much going, whether it's, you know, their warriors, their armies, their whatever. So how is that not going to be the case, right? And the U.S. is actually coming out and they're like, we are the only military on the planet who could have successfully conducted such an operation. We have this weapon, and that's the only aircraft that can carry that ordnance, and they're just really boast-filled, braggadocious, right? I guess apparently there's some comments from Putin I hadn't heard. I don't know. I'm curious though to see the tone of his rhetoric, and also Xi. I mean, you can kind of see, I think you can see very clearly how the bear and the dragon are going to be like, yo, we're going to need to do something about this eagle problem, or phoenix, or whatever it is, right? And they're partners in weapons development, trade, and things like this with Iran. And Iran is actually not just like a little like Delaware or something. I think it's like, I think I heard this lady say that there are 90 times Israel. That little thing says 33 right there, a little marker. What is that, a road marker, a mile marker? Dang, Abba keeps showing me this over and over. I need to recognize. Left lane closed ahead. So, yeah, it's large, right? Large population. Now, I understand we have a very strong image of what they are, what they're all about. We know what they're extremists in their, false religious systems, which I cannot exclude any country. There is only one true Amunah in practice, and it is not held by any king of the earth. Okay, so that's kind of like the first thing. Am I supposed to try to get past this big old, look at this big old, we got room. We got these cones sticking out halfway in my lane, and it merges right there, so. The construction. It's an illusion to believe that our system is so perfect and great and above board and everything else. It's extremely flawed. And I don't think it was ever designed to last or endure at all. But, so obviously, you can see how those other kings are going to say, hey, we're going to need to do something about these guys. Did you see what they just did? Like, they know, I'm saying, they're all in on it together first, right? I want to make sure that I get that out. I don't think I've said it more than 30, 40, 50 times, right? I'm only talking about comms and optics and how the world is going to perceive the thing, right? And a historical precedence that's already established. And scripturally speaking, there are these kings come at enmity against each other, and they do this, right? I'm just saying that the high-level spirits that are at work behind these things are doing it in mutual agreement, so that this side can sacrifice and this side can sacrifice, and they can have a justified cause. Because we better trust and believe that all the citizenry over there sees this place as the great Hashatan, and they come right out and say it, right? And then this place sees them somehow as the great Hashatan. And meanwhile, both serve four mighty ones at the highest levels. That's just the truth. That's just the truth. They all think that they serve Yahuwah when they actually serve the Yashar'Al, Babylonian deity of fortune of this world. And obviously, then the European Union, who just likes to talk and debate about things but doesn't ever actually like man up and do something, right? They jump in later. That's just how that is designed. But I believe that some of the higher level ones that we don't know about, who don't have passports, reside in those areas. Even when you think about, I don't know, the Swiss banks, or the Caucasus Mountains, the Khazarian Mafia, whatever. Okay, so China and Russia say, hey, we're going to need to do something. We should align ourselves. We need to stop this bully before it gets, like, worse. Something. I don't know. Then I'm sure that it would be a lot easier to try and draw the European Union into the global planetary crisis. That's a false reality. It's not real. Okay, just like all this stuff is a charade in a theater. They'll even talk about it this way when you'll hear those generals that get up and they are high-level sorcerers and they will speak in all those different terms, and they refer to them as theaters, Pacific Theater, another BAD actor, stuff like that. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. I put some more fuel into Abby from the tank. I topped the tank off and it only took 55. It holds 95, so it must have had 40 still in it. I'm still trying to learn this dang quagmire of the tank. It's confusing. But I do believe that I have enough fuel to make it. I got more than enough actually to make it down to this this destination. So I might, because it's the cheapest, it's $3.19. That's the best price I think I ever paid on diesel in this truck. So I might do it on the way back. That way I can maximize my... Whenever I buy the diesel, I want to try to buy as much as possible. And when you're getting it for that price, you want to get as much of it as you can at that price as well. I'm sure that's logical sense, common sense. I'm only going to be... I don't know for sure, but I think probably like 2 miles. I know my baby told me twice yesterday, and I'm still forgetting. I think it's about 2 hours from the actual drop. And I still need to learn, like, I don't necessarily know that I want to spend the night there, but if I did, I think they have free parking, and then I think they have premium parking. I don't know what that means. Please tell me in the comments if you know. What's the difference? How's that work? Is that a pull-through site, or do they have some kind of hookups? Back, I guess like 2020 when we were first coming across the country, I remember seeing there was this thing that you could put in the window, and I guess you could like roll your window up, and it would be an air conditioner line, like a high-speed internet Ethernet cable, and also like a power plug. So you would get power, internet, and air right into the cab of your truck. Did that go away? I don't know, did that go away? That seems like it'd be actually pretty alright thing to have. Gross. Look at see how pretty this landscape is? You got a lot of really gorgeous trees out here, I think. I don't know all the different names of the trees. I wish I did know all the different names of the trees. I mean, I know that there's like maple and oak and cedar and cypress, but I can't ID them. I should learn. I don't know what it is, why there's certain things that come to me very plainly, and other things that are just like, why is that so difficult? Yeah, that seems to be one of the things. I've always had a hard time with the pagan calendar when I was in school. and all the people would be like, oh, last spring, oh, next summer, and I'm just like, what? I was just confused. I don't know why. It doesn't even sound confusing now. It doesn't sound confusing to me now because I understand the seasons on Abba's Moedim, and I understand very perfectly well how the years are divided into months, and how the months are divided into Shabbats, and how the days of the week are divided, days and nights, separate, all the rest. I can see clearly now, and I'm actually like Baruk Atah Yahuah that I didn't learn that other way really. I didn't really get it. I didn't really get what number months go with what pagan feasts either. Like, oh, that's Memorial Day. I'm like, oh, when's that? Oh, that's Veterans Day. Oh, that's... I mean, if I stop and think about it, okay, Valentine's Day, that's in February, right? You can kind of get some of that. Of course, you can remember what Xmas is, and Thanksgiving, and Halloween. Ugh. Unclean. That's Caves Road right there. I wonder if they got any caves off Caves Road in Jackson County. Oh wow, look at the rocks. Woo, look, family. Look at those pretty rocks. See all the moisture on them too? The dawning dew was in effect today. You know. Alright, girl, I hear you. Take her easy, it's okay. She's like, come on, Daddy, let's go. Oh. Hallelujah, Yahuah. Yeah, so anyway, that would be like a great Barukah to be able to meet up with Aki. And on the Shabbat, I know he does not esteem the Shabbat as I do. And there are different things that we're not, I'd say, in complete agreement about. Seems like the calendar. Also some of the different spellings and pronunciations and all the Yiddish and all that. There's a lot of things that I want us to be able to be patient with. I need people to be patient with me. I don't know everything and I ain't perfect. Right? But Yahuah is he's raising up a remnant, and he's cleaning and sanctifying, purifying, and he's removing all the false things. And he will make all things known to his elect. Period. Morris Tipton. Chillicothe Parkway, Park, Chillicothe Park, I don't know, exit 138, off of US 35, 71 miles. Yesterday I was allowing the news thing to play and pausing it and doing like commentary, whatever. And you know, Abba, I had no idea that there was going to be a press briefing from whatever in the military general, whatever. And that was cool. But But then there's other stuff that comes on that's just like, wah, 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 and it's just all noise and, right? You can't really get much discernible comms from a lot of that stuff. But not ever knowing, like, this isn't scripted or edited or produced or anything. So it is what it is. And I'm actually thinking I'm going to go ahead and do some more of that, and we'll just let everything fall into place on its own. Colton Jackson. Like, I'm wanting to just be transparent, honest about everything. Like, I don't really understand exactly where I'm at. I don't think I've ever been on this US 35, right? I mean, I'm thinking this is still like Ohio. But I'm not for sure. Pattonsville Road, Broadway Street. Whenever I discern like a lot of these names, I know that some of the names could go back to the folks that were there, who I believe a lot of them came from the land. I know some people think that this is the land. These are some of the things that I think that are not salvific issues that should cause us to be divided. But also a lot of the names are put there by the kingdom of darkness. I'll just call it that. A 6,000-year-old death cult that, right, that worships the four mighty one, and they try to put all the memorials and all the different things, right, in place. They try to insert their own four mighty ones into everything, even into the scriptures. I mean, why you got a place called Athens? That's obviously not a First Nation name. And what's with Pattonville? Pattonville? I don't know. But these kinds of things intrigue me. Make me stand up and take note, pay attention. It's saying that it's only 80, but I can really feel the heat. Alright. I guess we can start hearing what these guys got to say. It's not in any particular place. It might start out with a lot of information that's not really relevant right now, and then it may transform itself. Who knows? But we got lots of time on our travels. We got lots of pretty things to see out the window. Like that little ravine down in there. Some of those places I see, I'm like, dang, I'd like to camp there. The most difficult thing for me being out in this quote-unquote camp, you know, like being away from a bed and a shower and whatever for some prolonged periods of time, and just learning that you don't need a lot of the things that you think you need, is my leg liner. Last night when I took my leg liner off, my skin was looking all blotchy, like I was going to get this massive rash in the area where the liner touches my skin all day. And I was like, oh shoot, you know, like something like that could really mess me up. And then I was like, oh, where's my peroxide? And I didn't know. I still don't know, but Baruk Atah, when I got up this dawning, my skin had like mellowed out, but it was like maybe starting to get a little reaction. You know, and you can think back, there's been times when maybe you break out in some kind of a rash and you try all kinds of stuff and nothing works, and you have to break down and go to the doctor and get some steroid cream or whatever, and it seems to work. And that always makes me like, dang it! Why, Abba? You know? Why does their pharmakia have to appear to work? And then coming completely off of it and going as clean as possible and doing all, trying to be as Qadash with everything. Now it feels like your entire body just becomes stronger, where you're less likely to have any of those issues at all. Because when you're weakened and kind of living sickly, you have these symptoms that spring up, and then you go and they know how to like knock those things down. But doesn't mean that it's restoring the root of your system. It doesn't mean that it's making, right, the bones of your body strong. So that seems well. You go, okay, yeah, that makes sense. We're doing that. And then all of a sudden something happens like last night. And now it may not have been anything that persists, but if it does, then what? I'm gonna talk to my baby when she gets up and see what she says. Because she's also very well versed in those types of things. Treatments, home remedies, the things that are clean. What's this is tout for this and that's tout for that. And she's really the reason that I got a thing of peroxide right now at all in my bag, right? I just gotta find out where I placed it. I will when I get up here to my shower, 5 hours. Thank you. Just wanted to kind of get that out. It is it's something that should be a foundational part of how we think, how Yashar'Al shall think, because, you know, called out and separate in every way. So when you look at these big hospitals, you have this medical industrial complex, and it's all pharmakia, right? Sorceries, and it's like they want to become. That's why I call these temples to Diana, because it's a type of worship, and they want to become the healer. Yahuah is the great healer. He gives life. He gives and takes away. And in Scripture, He's caused folks to have a type of sickness on them, and also heals them and delivers them from it as well. Manifested in Yahusha, in the flesh, and through other prophets, and the laying on hands of the elders, right? See, they don't want you thinking about any of that. No. You need to think that this is based on chemistry, science, technology. Okay? We've come a long way. We're going to colonize Mars, and everyone's going to be able to be cured of all disease and sickness. That's a promise from Scripture that there'll be no plague, no sickness, no famine, no disease, nothing, and all this stuff is going to be like, right? So of course the enemy has to also make those same kinds of promises. Baruk Atah. Baruk Atah. All right, let's see what they're saying, family.
What is going to be the Iranian response to that?
How are the Iranian people, Ali, responding to these developments? How much disruption has been caused to their lives?
Well, in general, this is the first time Iranians are going through a war since 1988, the end of the Iraqi-Iranian war. And this is a different kind of war. It's not It's not a war of it's not a classical war. It doesn't. There's no.
Ads. That's called Dixon Run Road.
Station rewards.
Yeah, the sun is like white hot, right? And you can't even look near it.
Very strong national identity. So regardless of differences, people are standing by the country. It's an aggression on their country. At least this is what I've heard from many. And at the end, they are seeing their country being bombed. And this could be also a turning point. I mean, the Iranians have had their own differences among each other for years. But this time, they are seeing themselves cornered. And this could have its impact even on how the Iranians regard the West, because once again it's coming again that the West is kind of targeting their country. This is how they are expressing their views.
Okay, Ali, thank you very much for the update. That's Al Jazeera's Ali Hashim.
And that makes sense. And so, like, of course, that's what they're going to do. That's right. So there's a spirit of nationalism. You have all these little separated cliques and everything else like that. But when somebody wants to come in and start trying to attack our homeland, our soil, because they're going to have national pride too, right? Then all those different little sects are going to come together, unite, and want to go to war. In an age when it's not like you're just going to like march out in rank and go, right? Well, but you are, if that's the way that the sacrifice is, if that's the way the demons want the lives to be usurped, taken, then that's what they're going to do, right? And they got a lot of different ways that they do that, but see that also with the U.S. There's tons of different types of division that goes on in the land here, but if they're like, oh, we gotta send troops off to somewhere to fight the Chinese or whoever the enemy is that they raise up, right? You can see how a lot of these different people will come together under one, right? And that's the same concept that would exist if they do this other really strong delusion where there's these life forms from distant planets that are a threat to us, and now you'll see all the different nations coming together as one, just like you're seeing all the different sects of America coming together, or the sects. There's all these little cliques in Iran too, based on maybe some political ideologies or some religious understandings of how they break down their scripts, whatever. It's just an interesting thing to know about, I don't know, human behavior that the enemy will take advantage of. They gotta create a cause. They gotta get an emotional trigger response so that people voluntarily, willingly make those types of sacrifices, right? And they're already eating meat sacrificed to idols. They're already already given thanks to foreign mighty ones for the things that come from Yahuah alone. Right? He has taken his name out of their mouth. They don't have understanding. And they think that that's silly. Like, yeah, right, like that's going to be such a big deal. Yeah, it is a big deal. It is a big deal. And the fact that you can't see it also makes the scripture true. Right? That's the way that he ordained it to be, and that's the way that it is. And his word says that there is no other name under heaven by which there is deliverance, or that a man shall be saved. My name is a strong tower. My name is a refuge. Be immersed in my name. It's all over. It's all over the place. So, Baruk Yahuah.
Reporting there live from Tehran. Now, earlier we spoke to Saeed Khatibzadeh, who's the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs for Education and Research of Iran. He says Israel is using this war to spread its hegemony in the region.
This is not a tit for tat ongoing conflict. This is an aggression started by the Israeli genocidal regime against Iran and Iranian people. We decided to defend under Article 51 of the UN Charter, which is our right to respond. So what is happening right now is a legitimate defense against the aggressor, which is quite clear to everybody is Israeli criminals. What is happening right now is we are trying to stop Israelis of these atrocities and all these crimes that they are doing against my people. Earlier today they attacked another Red Crescent center in Tehran. They attacked up until now few hospitals in Kermanshah in Tehran. They have martyred and killed.
See, now just listen to this guy, what he's saying, and realize that that information is not allowed to be dispersed in Israel. And oh my gosh, how many Americans you think actually even know about it? I don't think that information is on ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox News, none of that. CNN, ESPN. I mean, it's just not part of their normal diet of propaganda. And I'm not saying that this channel is not a propaganda piece. I don't deny that it is. Right? That's why we're to test all things and discern all things. Well, we have to hear all witnesses. Right? If you're going to make a Qadash ruling, if you're going to be a righteous judge, so to say, right, in a matter, which anybody who says that we don't judge is just a fool. We're making judgments all day, every day, as Qadashayam, as Yashar'Al. That's what we do. Is that clean? Is that not clean? Was that Qadash? Was that not Qadash? Oh, this person's having this problem, and then they did this. I should tell them, hey, you need to not do this, because then you'll come back under the Baruk Atah Yahuah, and then you're going to see this situation get resolved. Because you better trust and believe that your obedience has direct effect on every aspect of your life. And you go, well, why is this happening to me? Why is this happening to me? Well, check. Discern, analyze, make judgments about all the aspects of your life and your relationships and how you deal with people and all that it's above board, that it fits his Torah. Okay. So these guys are over here saying they attack all the civilian targets. Just make sure that you can discern and understand that these Palestinian people, or however they group themselves in a larger identity of Muslim nations, whatever, are saying that Israel attacked Red Crescent facilities, which is basically like medical facility. I guess it's the closest thing to Red Cross. It's also very interesting because you see that the crescent symbolism and the cross symbolism, those things go back to the same root. So now you can see you have two branches of the same tree. So it's not like there's a clean side. There's not a clean side. There's not a clean side in Republican and Democrat. This whole red, blue, choose your team, that whole thing, it's false. But just know that they're not letting their own people in the quote-unquote West know that they're doing that would be considered a crime against humanity to attack a hospital and stuff like that. By their own rules, that's off limits. You don't do that. You don't just attack civilian targets, and you don't just attack medical facilities and stuff like this. Okay? It's meant to escalate the situation. But if you're going to try to get your own people to rally up in all their national pride and go eradicate the enemy, you can't be perceived as being a criminal yourself, right? You need them to believe that Osama bin Laden was behind 9/11. Like, you need that. Anyway. Woo! Man, just so pretty. Look at those trees. I mean, maybe these are oak. It seems kind of like they would be like a mighty oak. There could be some different ones mixed in. That one was really light and it had a different shape to it altogether. There's a big prairie right behind that first line of trees right there. Wow, look at that field. This is Raccoon Creek. Can't see the water. Seems like that'd be a cool place to go. Raccoon Creek.
More than hundreds of innocent children and women, and plus more to hundreds of innocent civilians. They are deliberately attacking our civilians, and they are just misusing all these words of nuclear program and others to just justify their unjust, unprovoked, unnecessary aggression against Iran. They are doing this because they would like to impose hegemony on all countries in this region and to pose threat to everybody. Everybody can understand in this region that what's going on is Israelis trying to misuse the opportunity in the region to institutionalize its hegemony over other countries, and we have no option just to respond, to defend our country.
Now, the Iranian parliament has been discussing whether Iran should withdraw from the nuclear proliferation treaty in the wake of the U.S. attacks on its nuclear sites. We spoke to Elena Sokova, who's the executive director of the Vienna Center for Disarmament and Non-Proliferation. She says the U.S. attack may lead Iran to consider leaving the NPT altogether.
Yeah,
I think
blah, blah,
that Iran will likely consider that option because it doesn't have many other options in terms of response to it. And I'm really concerned that it could do really irreparable damage to the treaty, to the NPT. Other countries may reconsider their options as well. And overall, the regime has been holding for so many years. It has been hailed as a big success. So more countries acquiring nuclear weapons is certainly a very disturbing development. And if Iran pulls out of the NPT and goes for reconstructing its nuclear weapons program. It won't happen overnight, but it may be the option that it may choose.
Now, before we end this hour of news, a reminder of the latest developments in the Israel-Iran conflict that's now entered its 11th day. The Israeli military says it's targeted goals near Iran's Fordo nuclear site. This comes a day after the U.S. military struck Iran's 3 main nuclear facilities. There have also been explosions in the Iranian capital. Israel's defense minister says the military is striking Tehran with unprecedented force. Iran has in turn launched missiles towards Israel. Explosions have been heard in multiple cities, including Tel Aviv and Ashdod. One of the missiles landed in Lashish, south of Jerusalem. And Russian President Vladimir Putin has been meeting the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi in Moscow. Putin has called the U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear sites groundless and says Russia's position has been conveyed through diplomatic channels. The very latest on all this and more on our website, of course, at aljazeera.com. We've got the latest developments in the conflict for you on there. My colleague Nick Clark will be...
So it's a very muted calm out of Russia for right now, but it's basically come out and say it was groundless, right? What does that mean? That means they had no justifiable reason to do it. Just like they say Trump's own or whatever that lady's name is it Tulsi Gabbard? And he or she was saying that there is no evidence that Iran has a nuclear weapon or a pursuit of a nuclear weapon or whatever, right? So there's like this division in his own cabinet, Trump and his own advisors, and then he's like, well, they're wrong. She's wrong. Because he has intelligence from another part of the government than the part that she's actually supposed to be appointed over. Right? So, and Russia's like, yeah, Tulsi Gabbard was correct. Trump is wrong. There is no grounds for the attack at all, right? This is the foundation of the whole thing, because Trump has to make an argument in the international realm as to why he has to be able to justify that there was some kind of a threat. Otherwise, he's deemed as the aggressor. But they're going to cast him into this role of the mustache man, right? And you can go back and do your own research historically on that and see that there was actually a lot of the aspects of the things that were being said by him that were accurate. Not all. I'm not trying to get put into a box. I'm saying they have confusion and chaos built into their stories and their timelines and all this stuff. They sit there and say that the truth tellers are at risk of misinformation and disinformation. There's a lot of misinformation agents on the internet. Yeah, your own controlled opposition, yes, right? Okay, so let's see. And then he also said, and we let them know. We don't have to say it right here in front of the whole world. We let them know already through our own diplomatic channels that what they did was groundless. And that's it. That's all we're getting. They had no reason to do it, and we already told them so. That's that. So we'll see what that turns into, if it turns into anything else.
Joining you in just a few minutes with more on those stories and the day's other news here on Al Jazeera. From me, Fuli Batibo, and the whole team, thank you for watching. Bye for now.
All right, I'm going to try to... I don't want to play too much of their music, because they'll be like, oh, that's a copyright.
The major drug cartels and their reign of terror.
It's uber annoying that we can't play these things and talk about these things, you know? It seems like copyright is more about
and the launch of
silencing
international
criticism than protecting business rights. Why do humans need to consume highly edited and sensationalized content so much all the time? What, we just watched too many cartoons when we were little, or what? We watched too many Tom Cruise blow 'em up movies and Chuck Norris and whatever, Sly. I don't know.
Coverage of the latest
Crazy.
attacks between Israel and Iran. Israeli forces strike near an Iranian nuclear facility a day after it was one of 3 hit by the US military. Israeli airstrikes hit a hospital in North Tehran as part of strikes across the Iranian capital.
Hit a hospital. Okay.
Iran launches new missile and drone attacks on Israel, knocking out power to some areas. And President Donald Trump says US bombers made direct hits on Iran's nuclear sites, but Iran is downplaying the claims of major damage.
Weird. That's weird, right? They're direct hits. The other side says there's not that much damage.
So the Israeli military says it has targeted roads near Iran's Fordo nuclear site in order to obstruct access. It comes a day after the US military struck Iran's 3 main nuclear facilities, including Fordo. There have also been explosions in Iran's capital. Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, says its military is striking Tehran with unprecedented force. Missiles landed in several areas, including near a hospital. Israel says multiple military headquarters were also targeted. Israeli military has also targeted the entrance to Evan prison in Tehran. It is Iran's largest facility for detained political prisoners. Iran, in turn, has launched missiles towards Israel. Explosions have been heard in multiple cities, including in Tel Aviv, in Ashkelon, and in Ashdod. Landed across Israel for more than 40 minutes, the longest since the conflict began 10 days ago. One of the missiles landed in Lachish, south of Jerusalem. All right, we've got 2 correspondents following the exchange of attacks. Bernard Smith is in Amman, but first, let's cross to Tehran. Ali Hashim is standing by for us there. And so, Ali, bring us up to date. What do we know of these sites targeted? What's been happening?
Well, like there have been several attacks since this noon on different areas inside Tehran and around the city. Inside Tehran, we've heard of multiple attacks. They were coordinated. However, at the beginning, there were rumors that they targeted kind of vital buildings such as the university and the television, but later on we understood that these strikes were close to the television, close to a university, close to the Red Crescent, and of course to the west of the capital in Karaj. There was an attack on a square. To the south in Sharire, also another attack, and most importantly, the road to the nuclear facility in Fordo, the one that was hit yesterday by an American airstrike. So these are the main attacks that we heard of. However, there have been also some drone attacks.
There's a really pretty bridge up here, so I wanted to just pause this guy for a second. So I was noticing how the one group was saying that they attacked these certain targets, and now this other side is saying they were close to that target. They were close to that target. They were close to that target. Okay, hold on. We gotta slow down here. Kind of a tight little ramp. They went to 55. Baruk Atah. So are we going to go over the bridge? Yeah, we're going to go over the bridge. I wonder what the body of water is. Yeah, we're definitely going up over this bridge right here. It's kind of funny how like some of the big bridges, like the Narrows Bridge in Washington we went over, make me like really more like nervous. But this type of bridge here is exciting. I wonder if it has something to do with the construction style. I don't know what it is. Anyway, we're going into West Virginia. West Virginia. underfilled. We're going straight ahead because we are not going on 2. Not the same 2 as the 2 that I live off of in Washington. Alright, we'll get back over behind the big tanker truck. Look at those pretty flowers. They're like purple wildflowers on the side of the road. Here goes some more of them right behind that guardrail. I don't know if you're going to be able to see that. And what is this that we're crossing over? Is that a road? Probably just a road. So it looks like this is going to be a lot of up and down elevation type stuff, so I probably don't want to draft behind a big truck. But I'm trying to just wait a second and see, because it could be just a couple right after the water and then level back out. I don't know. I definitely would bring units to West Virginia. Like, this would, without hesitation. Like, it's actually pretty close. Dang, look at that view down there. That goes way down there. See some more of the rocks. More rocks. The wooded wilderness too, you know? Forest. Okay. Here's another creek. 2 Mile Creek. You call it a creek or a creek? Yeah, 2 Mile Creek. Now you have 3 Mile Road. Oh, what's this one? This here's 3 Mile Creek. So we had, oh boy. Wow, that's like a ramp, like Evel Knievel with your trailer on the back. What the freak, y'all? Dang, dude. And they got all the endless construction and then stuff like that exists. Don't make no sense. So illogical. That's to me, it seems like there could be risk of somebody coming disconnected, unhitched, whatever, especially some of those bumper pull systems and then people that don't have weight distribution bars and all that on there. And there was no sign. Let's see what this one is. They got a sign that says dip. I'm gonna actually start slowing down a little bit for this dip right here. Let's see how unwell it is. Freaking no sense, dude. I don't think I needed to slow down for that one at all because it was nothing. And the other one, they didn't even put a sign or a warning. Okay, here's another one. Let's see. I'm just gonna ride it out. Going the speed limit. Man, that's the freeway near Chicago all day long. And they put a sign that says dip. You know what's rare? Logic. Common sense. It's ironic that they call it common. Folks ain't got no sense at all. Those are some of the prettiest flowers. They're just, it's kind of like a loud color, very bright, very, very beauty filled. Here goes another dip. It says, where's the dip? I didn't get no dip, dude. Upper 5 Mile Creek. Wonder if they got a lower 5 Mile then. Does that make it 10 Mile? Alright. Hey, see what kind of view we get off of here, family. Look at, we're gonna get a view. Look at all that land. See? How many folks you think could dwell up in those woods? Excuse me. Another one right here. And then down in this lower area, see there's water running all over the place out here. This one's lower 9 Mile. Man, these names are 2 Mile, 3 Mile, 5 Mile, 9 Mile. What do you want to call it? What do you want to call a creek, James? I don't know. How long does it go for? This one goes for about 5 miles. We already got one called 5 Mile Creek. Oh, we got one. And we got another one that we called it Upper. Oh, then this is a lower 5 Mile Creek. I have no idea, but it's funny. Alright, look at that. A little dirt road going back there. Yeah, I do find this little bit of change in the landscape to be pretty. It already was kind of, I mean, really though, all day today. Oh wow, look at that. See that old tree ain't got no leaves on the sticks, sticking up all every which way. Water right down there. Ugh. I don't know what all these yellow things are on the road for. What are these? Wake me up, or the other side's allowed to be asleep, or I don't get it. 25 miles. I don't know what that was all about. I probably missed a sign or something that was telling me what it was for. Woohoo! We got another creek. How long's this one, James? Well, this one here is 9 miles. All right, it's 9 Mile Creek then. 9 Mile Creek it is. Probably make a sign. I like these rocks too. make a decision if I'm going to deliver today or tomorrow. So this is about 5 hours, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. I'll put it at 2 o'clock. Yeah, I don't think I should. It ain't. And you know what? There ain't even a reason to, because I already got a room reserved. My baby found me a room in Greensboro. I might have mentioned already. For the Shabbat. What the heck was that? Message. Attention all CLP and CDL drivers. FMCSA has made major changes to the medical certificate process. Who has? FMC. Effective today, no GRACE period and paper copies no longer accepted. See the full update and details now in the news section. Thank you and drive safe. Well, I don't have a CDL, but what the heck is a CLP? Hey, 16 Mile Creek. This is a little 16 mile. So I wonder if we got a big 16 mile. And I don't even see any water down there. Baruk Yahuah. Alright, let's see what they saying. Oh, here comes another dip. Should we anything? Probably not. Oh, let's see. Oh, that one was something. Woo!
Just as you mentioned, the prison and also a hospital just behind us. Add to that the IRGC has announced that it has used a new missile in targeting Israel. It's the Khaybar missile with multiple heads and with a technology head that helps to evade defenses and the radar. Also, the Iranian military announced that it has downed sophisticated Israeli drone Hamas 900.
And what more do we know of the attack on the Fordo nuclear facility, given that that was one of the major targets of the US attack?
Well, for now, we don't have any additional information from the Iranian side, but the Israelis are saying that this attack has been, the aim of this attack is to deny any access to the facility. Now, the big question here is that why are they attacking this facility if this facility was destroyed completely? There are many questions in this regard, but it's just part of this accumulating campaign and the war that's going on and doesn't seem to have a clear end.
All right, I'll leave it there for now. Thanks very much, Ali Hashim there in Tehran.
Yeah, that was
let's head over to Amman. Bernard Smith is
fortuitous,
monitoring the
no
situation
end,
in Israel. And so, Bernard, Iran has, of course, launched quite a barrage towards Israel today. What have we been hearing about that?
We've not got a definitive figure still from the Israeli military, but media is reporting maybe 10 missiles fired from Iran today, but in 3 waves. And what's been particularly disruptive is the fact that it's in 3 waves, and in sirens were sounding for half an hour or more in parts of Israel, so impacting life considerably. We know that one of the missiles or debris from a missile damaged infrastructure of the Israel Electricity Corporation, cutting the power to 8,000 residents around the Ashdod port area in the south. Although that has been restored, so everybody who had their power cut has got their power back. And there were also sirens blaring for quite a long time in the north, around the occupied West Bank and around the occupied Golan Heights area as well, Nick.
But what are the Israelis saying about their goals and objectives here? Is it clear what the main, what they're pursuing?
Well, I mean, Benjamin...
Oh my gosh. That question right there just really struck me. Because Israel was saying that the goal and the concern was to eliminate the nuclear threat of Iran. And the U.S. just come in and they're like, yep, we obliterated all 3. We have neutralized, we believe, all of Iran's nuclear capabilities, like completely took the nuclear option like off the table. So then why would Israel be attacking again at all? If their their big buddy took care of that for them. I mean, they're going to want to praise Trump as the hero who came in and saved the day, right? Netanyahu's been going on and on about Iran's nuclear capability for 33 years. They even say themselves. And now Trump just came in one night with Midnight Hammer and knocked the whole thing out. It was 100% a success. It was flawless execution. No one else could do what we did. And in fact, you know what? They didn't even get a single shot off. They weren't even able to raise a rifle and try to shoot a plane as it was leaving the area. I mean, nothing. So then why are you attacking again today? Or yesterday, for that matter? See how that thing just don't make no sense? It don't make no sense ever, at all. Because it's a lot more to all this than they put on. 55. I don't understand what's going on with that. Did that make any sense? They actually have a thing right here for people to literally go across. That's so wild. That's actually very smooth. Dang it, that just caused me to waste a lot of fuel. Oh, sorry, girl. Because that had me slow down really for nothing there, and then by the time I go to speed back up, it's a hill. That's my own fault, though, I guess. Overall miles per gallon is 9.6, and we are at 360 miles with this trailer on board. There's a big old plume of white smoke in the distance over there, and I'm just wondering, like, what's that from? Right there, on the other side of that ridge. Big old pretty bird soaring up there. Honeycut Sisson Road. to 64. And then it looks like we'll be going about 280 miles or so on that. And that's really gonna, I feel like that will get us within 2 hours of the destination.
Netanyahu said last night that they are very, very close to achieving their goals in Iran, and when the goals have been reached, the operation will finish. The stated goal is to stop Iran developing a nuclear bomb. Yes, Donald Trump hinted the other day that regime change might be interesting in Iran, and Israel Katz, the foreign minister, has also hinted that they might be interested in regime change, although it's not official policy. It's particularly why, for example, the Israelis said they targeted Evin prison, because Evin prison is where rights groups say political prisoners are held, foreign prisoners are held, and that was specifically why they targeted that prison. But it's all coming at a cost to Israel. That's why the Israelis are saying that they think they'll be done in a few days, or Netanyahu says it'll be done very, very quickly, because the cost of the Israeli taxpayer is really mounting up. So far they've had $1.3 billion claims for compensation since June the 13th, and they say 30 buildings will have to be demolished. Now, in comparison, between October 7th and June the 13th, so like more than a year and a half before then, they've had 70,000 claims for compensation. Well, now just in the space of more than a week, they've had 40,000. And the tax collecting office said they've never seen such severe damage.
Indeed. And how is the Israeli public reacting to all of that, and indeed the kind of psychological effect of the ongoing barrage coming from Iran, given that they're having to go to shelters many times a day?
Well, Israelis have certainly never experienced anything like this, and certainly what the Israelis don't want to be done is drawn into some sort of war of attrition with Iran. That's why the Israeli government is saying they expect to achieve their objectives very, very soon. The last thing they want is a war of attrition because of the impact it's having on daily life for Israelis. But nevertheless, there is still widespread support, almost unanimous support for the government's actions in Iran. The stock market was closed at an all-time high, at an all-time high again. So Israelis generally support what the government is doing and rally around the flag.
That's
All right,
gross,
thanks
bro.
for that. It's been reporting from Amman. What have we been saying? Russian President Vladimir Putin's meeting Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi in Moscow. Putin has called the US strikes on Iran's nuclear sites as groundless, and says that Russia's position has been conveyed through diplomatic channels. He says Moscow is trying to help the Iranian people and hopes talks will find a way out of the crisis.
This is an absolutely unprovoked act of aggression against Iran, with no basis and no justification whatsoever. We are making efforts to support the Iranian people. As you know, I have held phone conversations with the President of the United States, the Prime Minister of Israel, the President of the United...
Rude. Rude company trying to sell your app.
aggressive actions of Israel and the United States completely illegitimate, which violate international law, and it's Iran's legitimate right to defend itself. There have been reports that the Iranian foreign minister is here allegedly to deliver a letter from Iran's supreme leader to Vladimir Putin asking for support. What kind of support? That support may include a request for military equipment. Russia and Iran do have some sort of military cooperation, weapons sales, but as we know, Vladimir Putin has already said that Russia would not get involved in this conflict militarily due to its own military operation in Ukraine. Probably the Iranian foreign minister would ask Vladimir Putin to be a mediator in negotiations with Donald Trump. There is a possibility that Iran can make some slight concessions to Donald Trump, and also to discuss with the Russian partners how far Iran can really go along this path of escalation and assess possible consequences. After all, many are waiting for a really tough response from Iran after the US and Israeli attacks.
What more can Russia do in order to provide assistance to Iran, given that they're strategic partners?
Well, at this meeting, Vladimir Putin said that Russia was making efforts to provide assistance to the Iranian people. So the people are the most important, of course, in this story, the most important players, so to speak. We've also heard from Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov. According to him, Russia's position is that all countries have their right to develop peaceful nuclear energy. According to him, Russia's assistance to Iran will depend on what Tehran needs. Russia has already offered its mediation efforts politically and with its nuclear program, with Iran's nuclear program, saying if needed, Russia can provide Iran with enriched uranium. According to a CEO of the State Nuclear Energy Corporation, Rosatom, Alexei Likhatov, Rosatom is able to technically solve all the problems with enriched uranium in Iran, including high-grade uranium. If all the international agreements are in place, if all of them are reached, Russia can go ahead as it has all the necessary expertise to help in this particular area.
That's a picture from Moscow. Yulia Shapovalova reporting from the Red Square. The head of the UN's nuclear watchdog is leading an emergency meeting after Sunday's US strikes on Iranian nuclear sites. The members of the International Atomic Energy Agency, they're in Vienna to assess the escalation and the risks. Both Iran and the IAEA have said there are no immediate signs of radioactive contamination around the three sites that were targeted by the United States.
First of all, we must return to the negotiating table. And for that, allow IAEA inspectors, the guardians on our behalf of the NPT, to go back to Iran's nuclear site.
What? Just refer to themselves as the guardians. I don't remember the IAEA being a thing to talk about before. I think I said maybe yesterday, like I didn't research when it was founded or established or anything like that. I was kind of surprised that it wasn't a three-letter agency, but it had four letters. You know, just feels right in line with a lot of the other three-letter agencies that just become way overfilled with power and are like self-legitimizing. Did see another downed gonna get one of them truck driver's hands on. Already kind of tell the difference. That's fun. 50. Okay, this is us right here. We're going east. Big boy ahead of me just realized he was going this way too. And I mean, just in time, he was kind of coming over those white lines. It happened to me the other day. Well, it's happened to me several times, but it happened to me yesterday. So that thing of smoke that I mentioned earlier, it's looking, I was going to say it's looking like a fire, but it may be some kind of a factory or some such thing. There's a really big truck right here that looks like we might run into some kind of merge. Not sure if that's a factory or fires. There's actually quite a bit white, and I did see some darker colors. Smoke. This is actually saying 16 miles. Oh, to stay on. Yeah. Like, y'all really should get rid of that. It's pretty freaking annoying. I don't know why you even have it. Okay. Yahuah River. Yeah, so you probably can't see that. But, okay, there it is. Yeah, it's all coming out of freaking smokestacks of some sort. And I guess They might, I don't know if they're going to say that's hydroelectric power or if those are nuclear. I don't know what they would say. It literally looks like it's trying to produce clouds. As strange as that sounds. Excuse me. I ain't been able to figure out what this little boy up here is trying to accomplish. Now he's going 50. It's like, I guess he wanted to let that other truck get in front of him or something. I don't know, bro. Here we go. This, I remember you from earlier. Nope, he's a different guy, but I'm gonna try to run with this guy. And we do look like we're gonna have some more mountains and stuff, so we might not be able to really do that at all. But if I can, I like his style. I don't like dancing with these guys, that's for dang sure. Swift truckers, I don't know, man. And I'm pretty sure this other guy's gonna be a thing of the past soon too. Road work ahead here. He is overtaking that other truck right now. I don't know what that guy's hauling, some kind of a crane or such thing. I don't know. A lift. Oh, now he's getting off anyways. Yeah. Okay, 11. Yeah, it seems like these guys are coming into the script now, into the spotlight. They made some kind of announcement, I guess, the day before Israel's first attack. I guess they're using that as a justification. I don't know, man. The whole thing is kind of confusing. And it's really not the point. Those details of those things is not the point. Everything about their existence is illegitimate. Represents a smoke screen that these nations can use to help justify their going to wars, their conflicts, their geopolitical tension and strife and division and all the other bull crap that they're going to perpetuate one way or the other. So we're coming into the construction. You can see a little bit of a bottlenecking happening with the big trucks up here. I guess we'll probably lose a lane. Yep, right lane closed. So that means that that truck is going to want to come over. I don't know if he's going to let him. There he goes. Now he's braking kind of hard. hard to let him, but it's like he didn't know ahead of it. Dang it, I was gonna get over, but look at this guy's flying. Let's see if we see any construction workers present today, because we can't use the excuse of Sunday now, right? I still personally believe that there'll be, I don't know, half or so of the ones that we see. I'm gonna be watching this pretty close. I feel like the amount of sites is higher and the amount of non-working stuff is like unreal. So we are going 30 in the 55 right now. Well, there's some kind of police thing here and that makes everybody freak out. Weird. So equipment, I ain't seen a worker yet. Ain't no worker there, ain't no worker there, ain't no worker there. But there's equipment there. Yeah, man, if this thing opens up now, I don't know, I was gonna say I'd be shocked, but I wouldn't be. Okay, here's more flashing lights. But these are the supervisory type. A bunch of guys unloading something out of a shed, trailer, I mean. Little track hole, unoccupied. And we're open. Don't know, family. Just really don't get it. Biscuit world, some kind of little town here. This might not be that little. I mean, Charleston. So sorry. I said it was little, it ain't little. Why is my phone saying it's 70 when the road sign said it was 60? Any of these folks, look at them go. 5.5 miles to basically stay on 64 appointed guardians, huh? Yeah, we're neutral third party. We'll tell you who's a nuclear threat and who's not. Okay. Just like any other three-letter agency. Trust us. We're honest, above board, uncorruptible. We're the authorities, the officials, right? All that.
An account for the stockpiles of uranium, including, most importantly, 400 kilograms enriched to 60%.
The discussions come as Iran's parliament considers suspending its cooperation with the IAEA.
The subsequent illegitimate use of force by the U.S. apparently recognized.
That's another thing I noticed. I mean, I don't know, whatever, but he just said IAE, right? And they've been saying both IAEA and IAE, which now is a three-letter agency. I don't know, is it the enrichment? I don't know. I don't even know what the heck it stands for, bro. Charleston, West Virginia. 2.3 miles. Again, to stay on. There's another bridge up here. There's a bridge here. Visibility seems to be, I don't know what it is, man. Some kind of haze. It doesn't seem like it's fog because it's 89 degrees. And the sun is up. Right? It's almost 10 a.m. here. I know that there's some old world buildings off in there. I don't know that we're going to get to see any of that. Parkersburg, Beckley, 64, 77, 79. Some kind of interchanges to other interstates that we ain't gonna have nothing to do with, man. But here's a view for you. Probably can see quite a bit of the town. There's a dome down there. I guess that could be like a Capitol building. Is this a Capitol? Charleston? Yeah, probably so. 60. East. You gotta get into the two rightmost lanes in order to stay on 64 East. All that stuff over there is going, looks like north. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, there's like a golden dome. Ha! Golden Dome. Really? Ain't that what Trump wanted to make the U.S.'s version of the Iron Dome, the Golden Dome? Capitol Street. Yeah. So it looks like you're going to get a view of it right here. It's getting hit by the sun, and it's very shiny. There's a lot of brick buildings down there, older style. Okay, try to get my speed up again a little bit because here comes a wave of cars rushing. They're all rushing somewhere. I don't even probably know where. It's wild how all the brick buildings don't seem to get utilized. I don't know why they wouldn't just repurpose them. Like they want to phase them out. I don't know. Okay, we're on this for 59 miles, but it also says that we're going to go to 77 south, and this thing was saying that we're on that. So I don't know. They confuse me with that crap. They put the same names and the same road. University of Charleston. Yeah, look at that thing, dude. Who knows when it actually was built and who it was actually built by? Because the official story don't fit. And then this other building, both of these other buildings look like there's some kind of freaking FBI type building. Okay. This is an exit only lane. Get the heck out of that. We're not going to 35th Street, that's for sure. Pearl Harbor Survivor Highway. What is that? Excuse me. Dude, I don't know what the heck that is coming up there, but it looks really odd. I wonder if we're gonna do that. It's showing I-64 do something very strange up here. Is this gonna be a problem with this merger? Dang, bro. No, we're okay. Why do I have the feeling that this guy wants to get in front of me? I don't understand that. But I'm going to back off just a little in case, because I have a feeling he's wanting to get out of that exit only lane. And if not, that's okay too. It hurt me none to slow down a little bit. So we're staying on 64. Okay, now I feel like I can kind of see why it looked weird on the map. It's like trying to avoid this mountain right here. Booker T. Washington? Booker T. Does that make me think of wrestling? Ooh! My gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my guts! I need to remember to take a look at the pilot, the truck stop, and see if they have any fuses there. Tada Abba, help me to remember. Welcome to the West Virginia Turnpike. That sounds like a toll road. Oh boy. Tamarack Marketplace. Woo-wee, we got some real fancy painted bridges up here. Looking like the Ukrainian yellow and blue. Oh, bro, what? Alright. So we're going back over this here waterway. I don't think it tells me what river that is. Kanawha. Saw that earlier. How long has it been since these roads were actually smooth? What in the world? It's like we built our roads out of puzzle pieces. Something. It's all patchwork and it's not very well done at all. Okay. 53 miles, and it's saying that we're gonna go on the 77 South split. And actually, I feel like this is also called 77. As well as 64, like at the same time. Dang, bro. How'd he do? UPS. I'm going speed limit. Look at this. Thinking about stopping somewhere a little early, like ahead of my destination, which is 4 hours away, to cook up something. I'm thinking about it. I can also just after my shower and stuff. So I'm very much looking forward to the shower. Should I take my braids out? I had my braids since Thursday. I think not. Just let some hot water run down my scalp. Let's get back to Mr. We're the self-appointed guardians. We're the IAEA. The last A stands for agency. I know that. It's also enrichment agency or something like that. International. I don't know, bro. I forgot. They might say it.
Repository of the NPT targeting safeguarded nuclear facilities of Iran occurred despite the fact that the agency's inspectors maintained an uninterrupted presence at these facilities for a long time, and all operations conducted therein were subject to the agency's monitoring and verification. This ruthless act has inflicted a profound and systematic blow to the credibility and legal coherence of the NPT and international non-proliferation regime.
Well, our correspondent Yashar'Al is in Vienna and has more on the emergency meeting.
The IAEA's full board of governors, all 35 members of the agency in closed-door session behind me, they're talking about those attacks by the US on Iran's nuclear sites over the weekend. Some loudly decrying them, the Russians and the Chinese in angry voice, some perhaps more moderate. Rafael Grossi, the Director General, issuing an urgent call for maximum restraint, a return to negotiations and a return to inspections in Iran. We have heard from the Iranian ambassador to the IAEA, Reza Najafi, who came out. He was pretty combative, talking about a clear violation of international law, made worse, he said, after the illegal US aggression represented an attack by one IAEA member and signatory to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty against another IAEA.
And the backstory there is also pretty profound, right? The IAEA sent its whatever they are, man, investigators into these facilities in Iran, and they were there for some prolonged period of time, whatever that is, observing all of the functions of the facilities and deemed them to not be threat. Like, that's the purpose of the agency, right? It's this international, neutral members from a lot of different nations that have entered into this agreement on how to deal with the nuclear weapon problem of humanity on planet Earth, right? And so their witness is like, yeah, we were there, we saw everything that's going on, no harm, no foul. And the US is like, boom! What? So what's going to happen with that? Yeah. And what's going to happen when Trump gets asked the questions? Well, what about what they saw and what they found and whatever, right? What intelligence do you have? How are you justifying what you did? Your own people say nothing. This agency said nothing. Iran is saying it's nothing. 88. Isn't that pretty? Look at that. Baruk Atah Yahuah. And there's another one on this side, so we're just like in the between. And is that water running right down in there? Yep. Going right alongside this river. Uh-huh. Yahuah.
Member and NPT signatory. This caused Iran, he said, to question the functioning and effectiveness of both the...
Sorry, stupid ads.
That Israel is using this war to spread its hegemony in the region.
This is not a tit for tat ongoing conflict. This is an aggression started by the Israeli genocidal regime against Iran and Iranian people. We decided to defend under Article 51 of the UN Charter, which is our right to respond. So what is happening up until now, few hospital billions, and they are just, institutionalized its hegemony over other countries, and we have no option just to respond, to defend our country.
Let's hear now from Elena Sokova, who's Executive Director of the Vienna Center for Disarmament and Non-Proliferation. And she says the US attack may lead Iran to consider leaving the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty altogether.
I think that Iran will likely consider that option because it doesn't have many other options in terms of response to it. And I'm really concerned that it could do really irreparable damage to the treaty, to the NPT. Other countries may consider reconsider their options as well. And so more countries.
Today we have been, witnessing attacks coming from the Israeli side. Civilian structures have been, targeted, and this is amid the escalation which is happening following the aggression on Iran's nuclear facility, which was targeted for a second time today on Monday. Yes, some could also be for some time.
That would be a very serious escalation, wouldn't it? What is the prevailing mood among Iranians, people there in Tehran, with these ongoing attacks and lives being lost, and the potential for further escalation that could draw in the region as a whole?
Nick, following after a bit more than a week, a number of people are returning to the capital city, and this is the attacks today happen.
All right, so there's starting to be some signs about tolls, and it does say easy pass accepted. So that was a question that I had, and I wasn't sure. So West Virginia, easy pass is the transponder that I have there. So I'll also be seeking to get reimbursement for my tolls. I don't know if there's going to be any tolls tomorrow. And the only reason why I'm saying that is because you got to go, like I got to log into the website and take screenshots of the transactions so I can submit them with my cover sheet for reimbursement. Even if you did try to like stop and get the little receipts, I've gone to where you can't get it, and the machine doesn't spit out a ticket anyway. So this is the way that I've found that works. There's some guys actually working right there, or at least they're appear to be kicking up some dust, you know what I mean? Look at all that stuff over there. Wow, dude, there's what? Look at that. That's a very busy site right there. They got a lot going on at that one. So there's a lot of folks working right there. Easy pass accepted all lanes. I don't know how many lanes you think you got here. Right now we got 2. Also don't know what they're gonna charge up here. Oh, this is finally one that actually tells you it's $4.50 right here. And again, there's a toll on an interstate, right? Isn't this a federally funded highway? I don't know, but I'm pretty sure that's how that works. I'm just gonna go into this one because they did open it up to like there's many ones. Okay, we'll go to this one because there ain't nobody here at all. Slow way down. Get my green light. You tell me keep moving, but you don't turn green for a long time. Come on, Bubba. Come on, Bubba. So scooch on over because you know they're going to be trying to come flying out of there like Looney Tunes. This sign says 60, but we didn't get any end to our construction, so I'm a little bit hesitant to go too much over 50 right now. Pay by plate, pay online. What? pretty, bro. Let's see if I can get over. This guy's got a splash right on. Okay. Here we go. Too fast. Baruk Yahuah, Abigail is doing so great. Alright. Excuse me. You gotta have your 5G towers up on the mountains, you know. Big old one right there, big old nasty burly thing. Heard the last out of those neither. The perception is that everything's already up and running. Yeah.
It could create a sense of fear among part of the population, but many are staying in Tehran and in their homes. And following the attacks on the nuclear facilities, people came to the streets to condemn those attacks. But, you know, there might be a sense of fear among part of the population. But even those, you know, portion are supporting the attacks and retaliation against Israel, because they also believe that they need to support the government at this, you know, current time in order to go after against Israel to stop the attacks and the operations against the country. So that's why they, even if they believe that the country should not commit suicide out of the fear of the death. You know, this is a situation Iran has no option but to respond. No response is not an option. So in order to establish at least a deterrence, if they do not care about the Islamic Republic or nuclear facilities, at least they care about the country and their own safety. And they think that Iran has to, you know, inflict pain on the other side in order to stop this process. That's why the people are supporting the government, and they think that, you know, this is not about Islamic Republic, but this is about the totality of the country. And if they do not support the government, this might end in dismemberment of the, you know, the whole, you know, their homeland.
Okay. Abbas, thanks for your perspective. We appreciate that. Abbas Islani speaking to us there from Tehran. Let's take it on now with Maran Kamarava, who's a professor of government at Georgetown University in Qatar. He also directs the Iranian Studies Unit at the Arab Center for Research and Policy Studies. Joins us from here in Doha in Qatar. So what's your sense, sir, of the options that Iran has? They've spent the morning attacking Israel, sending more missiles into the country. But the big question is whether or not there's going to be this broader response against the United States. What's your thought?
Well, theoretically, Iran has a number of options. Closing the Strait of Hormuz, attacking American bases that are spread across the region, harming American interests both in the region and elsewhere. But in reality, I think Iran's options are rather limited. We've seen from Iranian military behavior a propensity not to want to escalate the conflict beyond that of Iran and Israel. And even when it comes to Israel, they've been counterattacking rather than attacking. And so I think realistically, Iran does not want to see an escalation of the conflict. I do agree that Iran feels politically compelled to somehow respond to America's attack on the nuclear facilities. But in reality, this attack is going to be modulated in a way as to send a message strategically, but not to escalate necessarily.
Okay, so and send a message that it's willing to negotiate, you mean?
No. Well, it has from the start said it would negotiate, but only after the hostilities or attacks on Iran have ended. But I think it would send a message that it has the ability to defend itself and to throw a punch when it is punched. I think politically, at least for domestic political consumption, it's important for the government of Iran to send that message to its own population, if to no one else.
So how does this then, with that approach, how does this then draw to a close? Or what could the US and Israel present to Iran as a kind of lure to keep them away from further escalation and give them a way of climbing down from the top of the tree?
That's a really good question. Wars are notoriously difficult to end, although they're very easy to start. We're running out of options in so far as off-ramps are concerned. And so I think what the United States and Israel are thinking is that they can threaten and beat Iran into submission. We've seen this from Donald Trump's statements and tweets. And historically, we've seen that the Islamic Republic is not one to give in to threats and has had a propensity to double down on its current course of action rather than to give in. So I think we're really at a vicious, we're at the start of a vicious cycle. And the best options would be China mediating, Russia mediating, probably Saudi Arabia or the UAE, parties for whom Donald Trump tends to have some sort of respect and they have also some sway over Iran.
Is Iran wholly alone in its physical fight? The foreign minister has been in Turkey, he's now in Moscow, he's been holding talks with the Russian president.
Iran is strategically alone, absolutely. And what we have seen even from supposed close allies like Turkey, Pakistan, Russia, China, is a deafening silence. In fact, Pakistan went ahead and nominated Donald Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. And so Iran is strategically alone, and I think that is a realization that the Iranian military command really has realized for some time, and they know that this is a fight that they need to fight on their own without any friends or allies.
Something we haven't yet referred to in this conversation is this concept of regime change that has been talked about by Israel and certainly by Donald Trump in the last hours. What's your thinking there and the likelihood of that panning out?
Well, look, in politics we can never rule anything out, but this, at least in theory, tends to be extremely far-fetched at this stage of the game. As we just heard from our colleague in Tehran, Iranians have rallied around the defense of the nation. There's a newfound sense of solidarity, a civic spirit that has been conspicuously absent in Iran for a number of years. And so I think what we are seeing is not so much a resurgence of love for the Islamic Republic, but a demonstration of love for Iran as a nation and as a cohesive country. And there is also a realization that countries like Israel in particular want to see a dismemberment of Iran and would like to impose external rulers or rulers on the country. And this is something that has really resulted in a lot of deep resentment inside the country.
All right, great to get your perspective. Do appreciate that. That's Meran Kamarava speaking to us from here in Doha. Thank you. Still ahead on this Al Jazeera News Hour, an appeal from a religious leader in Syria in the aftermath of an attack on a church in Damascus.
Sorry, family, just enjoying some of that delicious beef jerky that my baby made. It's so yummy. I do kind of wish I had more of it. It ain't gonna last me the whole time I'm gone, that's for sure. Especially if I keep skipping breakfast. Some of this stuff is repeating itself, you know. But again, like I said, it ain't like some edited clips.
Let's just recap our top story this hour. The conflict between Israel and Iran that's entered its 11th day. Iran has launched missiles towards Israel. Explosions have been heard in multiple cities, including Tel Aviv and Ashdod. One of the missiles landed in Ajish, which is south of Jerusalem. Russian President Vladimir Putin has been meeting Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi in Moscow. Putin called the US strikes on Iran's nuclear sites groundless and says that Russia's position has been conveyed through diplomatic channels. The Israeli military says it has targeted roads near Iran's Fordo nuclear site in order to obstruct access to it. It comes a day after the US military struck Iran's 3 main nuclear facilities, including Fordo. There have also been strikes on the Iranian capital, including an attack on Evin prison. Satara Sadiki is an assistant professor at the University of Tehran. She lives in Shafan, where a nuclear facility was hit by one of the US strikes.
Well, based on Iranians and U.S. officials' reports, the damage to Isfahan's nuclear facility has not been very significant. I live not very far. I mean, I live in Isfahan, and we're not very far from the site that was hit. And we did not even hear any explosions. Maybe some people who lived closer.
What? How can she be in the same town, saying very close, and didn't hear anything? Assuming she's being honest, this is what she's claiming. This is supposed to be basically like, I know they're calling it MOP. I'm pretty sure I heard them call it before MOB. Mother of all bombs. Now it's multiple ordnance, whatever the P stands for. I don't know. I think they just like it the way it sounds because they're just gonna go in there and mop up the mess, you know. Oh, that's crazy, dude. She's I'm gonna be listening to what this lady says very, very carefully, very, very well. Just listen to what she says. That was, yeah.
heard some explosion, but it seems the damage has been of less significance compared to the attack on the two other more important nuclear facilities. So far, this is what we know, but we're waiting for more reports on how significant and extensive the damages have been so far. Seeing how people are still keeping a normal life, going to their gatherings. I just walked in a park 2 days ago, and families were just having fun in the parks. Of course, it's not as busy as it used to be, but normal life is going on, and I think it's because the Iranian people have developed resilience against U.S. and Israeli aggressions over the past decades. They have overcome sanctions, terrorist attacks by U.S. and Israeli-backed and trained terrorist groups, and we have developed this resilience. Yes, every now and then we hear the defense system. We also cheer the launching of missiles in response to Israeli aggression, which brings confidence and national unity. There's a lot more unity. People who did not agree on certain political...
See, there's that reference to the national unity again coming up.
Or maybe cultural issues inside the country are now all condemning Israeli attacks, and they're demanding a strong response from the government. And that's the main change that you can see in the Iranian society. But apart from that, I can tell you that for the most part, normal life is going on.
And like, if nothing else, they can use that to put in place a puppet, right? Someone who's going to come out, tell all the people what they want to hear, going to unite the people, rally the people.
And people are keeping up.
What in the world? Did they just cut that lady off? What just happened?
Israeli forces have killed more Palestinians in Gaza while they were waiting for food. An attack on a distribution point in the center of the strip killed at least 13 people. There's been a new wave of bombings across Gaza. More than 30 Palestinians have been killed since Monday morning. Hospitals are struggling to cope with the number of casualties. And UNICEF is warning Gaza is now facing drought conditions, with only 40% of the strip's water facilities still operational.
Hey, first the
threat
winter,
of
now
famine
the
is
drought.
also still looming across all of Gaza, with only a tiny amount of food aid being allowed in. Amjad Shawa is the director of the Palestinian NGO network and has more on the humanitarian crisis.
We are witnessing more deterioration on all levels, whether water or the issue of food. Most of the Palestinians now are suffering from famine, and so many cases are suffering from severe famine due to the collapse of the humanitarian system, and our warehouses as a humanitarian gases empty and nothing entered from the crossings to these warehouses since the 2nd of March. Just a few quantities of aid is entered through WFP, which is flour trucks, and it's all already every day it was self-distributed, because it's very small quantities and it's considered nothing comparing to this humanitarian catastrophe. In the same time, regarding your question about thirst, about the issue of drinking water, we are suffering from severe water insecurity in Gaza, and in the next 3-4 days that this water sector will be collapsed, because the issue of that the fuel run out and that we cannot operate the water pumps, and at the same time the desalination plants, and also the water trucking to Gaza. Just to mention that every day we have 110 children who are admitted on the hospital, in the rest of the hospital still working because of their severe acute malnutrition suffering.
EU foreign ministers have gathered in Brussels for a crucial meeting. Discussions are expected to cover the war in Gaza, the latest US and Israeli strikes on Iran, and Tehran's response. Ministers will also address Russia's war in Ukraine and the EU support for Kyiv. The Spanish Foreign Minister, José Manuel Alvarez, says the EU must immediately suspend its association agreement with Israel.
Just really quick, wanted to comment on these clouds. Didn't see any. Really didn't see early, like yesterday, today. So that one's dense. It's holding a lot of moisture. There's a lot of clouds. Some really gorgeous puffy white cloud. Try to keep my eye on them in case we might see anything developing that could result in a storm later. Yeah, bro, everything that's gone on in Gaza and West Bank and all that, it's been like right underneath the entire world watching. It's unreal how certain kinds of things like that can go on and for so long and be allowed to happen. And now, like, oh, we need to consider disallowing Israel to be a part of our little group now. Like, now? Really? And again, it's more just, it's stretching everything out. It's more just talking, debating, voting, but not really actually doing anything. They must all give an account. For every word, thought, and deed, and even non-deed, non-word, non-thought, right? Yapa. Here's some actual workers too down here. Look at these guys are working. I don't know what they're doing. There's a bunch of them.
Times of words and declaration is behind. We had no time. And at the same time, Palestinians in Gaza have no more time to lose. Every day, babies, women, men are being killed. This is the time for action.
A long time ago.
If the association agreement is based on human rights, it's the most normal thing that we suspend immediately today that association agreement and that we move forward. That's why I will ask for the suspension of the association agreement, an embargo of selling weapons to Israel, and enlarging the list of people that are being sanctioned to every.
So there's like this declared crime against humanity, act of genocide going on for a really long period of time, and they're like, yeah, we need to probably like stop selling them weapons. Really, bro? Wow. Newsflash, is that same freaking guy from earlier? I think it is, bro.
That wants to be a spoiler of the two-state solution.
Esther Vasson has more now from Brussels.
The conclusions are...
Oh, got another toll, another 450 toll, so that's $9 so far. This is... I mean, I don't know if I'm even going to be able to get funny, Mr. Swift. You're gonna take that risk and do all that just to come up here and stop at a dang toll booth? Unreal. Look at that, 35. Stuck behind that truck. Something makes me think you ain't from around here. You know what I'm saying? Where you get that CDL from? Look at, see this guy? Speeding. Well, it says Swift all over his truck. Road work 1 mile. Indiana, huh? Excuse me.
Damning, absolutely damning. It's an 8-page report that's now on the table here today for the foreign ministers to discuss. And it says, in short, that Israel is guilty of indiscriminate attacks, starvation, torture, and apartheid against the Palestinian people. It says also that more than 30 international laws and agreements are being violated by Israel in Gaza and the West Bank. And as you say, this was a review requested last month on the Article 2 of the Association Treaty. And the Association Treaty is a very broad treaty, 25 years old, between Israel and the EU, covering trade and also political dialogue, also research cooperation. And it's the EU is the largest trading partner for Israel. So there's a lot of at stake here for Israel. And it also has responded immediately, very furious about this report, saying it is one-sided and it doesn't account in its right to self-defense, and it is in an existential struggle, as it has written to the EU Commission. But human rights organizations are now saying that the EU has to act now, finally. And if it doesn't act, then the credibility is absolutely at stake, and that would be a disgrace. But so far, we haven't heard of any action taking place today.
Authorities in Ukraine's capital say that Russia has launched a major aerial attack in and around Kyiv overnight. Yes, officials say at least 6 people have been killed, many more were injured. Several waves of drone and missile strikes caused fires in residential areas and damaged a metro station. Russia's defense ministry says its air defense units destroyed 16 Ukrainian drones overnight. Well, Ukrainian Foreign Minister Andriy Sybiha is calling for tougher sanctions on Russia after another deadly missile strike on Kyiv.
Another sleepless night in Kyiv, another heavy missile attack on Ukrainian civilian targets, many casualties, 7 people killed. So that's the real response of Russian side on all peace efforts, on all peace proposals. Putin, he is a war maker. So it's a proper time to engage all diplomatic instruments to raise the price for further Russian aggression, to impose sanctions.
Asad Beg has more details from the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv.
Russia launched drones and missiles at the capital Kyiv overnight. Now, this particular location is a residential location. The authorities say it took a direct hit from a missile, and a number of people have been killed and injured. Now, Ukrainian authorities say around 352 drones were launched. Ukrainian authorities also say that they intercepted around 146 of those. Now, we don't know exactly the locations or what was hit. Rarely do the Ukrainians tell us if a military site or military infrastructure is hit. But what we can tell you is that the focal point of those drones and missiles seem to be the capital here, Kyiv. Now, we understand that residential buildings were hit in the capital as well as a metro station. Now, metro stations are used by people as bomb shelters when those air raid sirens go off. But last night was particularly busy. We could hear the air defenses trying to shoot down those drones and missiles. There was sounds of explosions across the capitals, and it seems like it was a very intense night, and Russia is increasing its attacks on the capital, Kyiv. But what I can tell you is that rescue workers are still on location at this site, going through the rubble, trying to see if there's anyone still alive following those strikes. But there has been extensive damage, not just to this building, but to the buildings surrounding it here in the capital. Asad Beg, Al Jazeera, Kyiv, Ukraine.
At least 25 people have been killed and dozens more injured in a suicide bomb attack on a church in Syria's capital of Damascus. A man opened fire inside the Mar Elias church during Sunday service before detonating himself. The Ministry of Interior says the bomber was linked to ISIL, but no group has claimed responsibility as yet. This is the first suicide bombing in Syria since the former President Bashar al-Assad was toppled late last year.
We are well aware that we are now in a country that is just beginning to develop its capabilities. However, there are lives of Syrian citizens at stake, and some things cannot wait. The lives and security of the Syrian citizen are more important than development projects and decrees, that some are in place while others don't seem to be so. The lives of the Syrian people are more important than anything else.
Still ahead here in Al Jazeera, we'll take a look at Donald Trump's back and forth positioning on his approach to Iran and its nuclear program.
It is gorgeous out here. Just gorgeous. Lots of clouds now. That's pretty wild. Earlier I was noticing and noting how there were none. Just like yesterday, none. I didn't see any chemtrails. Of course, with that I usually say just check back in an hour or two. But no. must see. Wow, look at the size of that truck plaza. It's quite the thing. Dang, bro. I don't know what all this glass is. I'm not sure what the heck that is. It's like shops and dining, whatever. Quite the place. 4 miles before there's a split, I guess. A split of 64 and 77. So we're going to be going south. Southwest right now, but it's technically east 64 that we've been on. Although I've seen it marked as south 77. It's both. Look, here comes the sign right here. East 64, south 77. Same.
And again, welcome back. So, Donald Trump, the US president, has called it a bullseye. But it's still unclear just how much damage has been inflicted by the United States' attacks on Iran's nuclear sites. The American president has praised Sunday's strikes in a post on Truth Social. He wrote, "Monumental damage was done to all nuclear sites in Iran, as shown by satellite images. Obliteration," he said, "is an accurate term. The white structure shown is deeply embedded into the rock, with even its roof well below ground level and completely shielded from flame. The biggest damage took place far below ground level. Bullseye." Well, John Hendren is in Washington, D.C. and has more on Trump's reaction to the U.S. strikes on Iran.
Donald Trump has said that U.S. attacks on Iranian nuclear sites obliterated them. But the fact that Israel has once again attacked the Fordo site suggests that somebody thinks that job was not completed and the American attacks did not completely destroy that site. Pentagon officials say that the initial bomb damage assessment suggests that severe damage and destruction.
All right. Now okay. That confused me because it told me to get over into the right lane and then there was an exit. Not a must exit, so hallelujah. There's your obelisk on your circa CIRCE. Look it up. Excuse me. All right. The split, and they even marked it, the lanes, painted the interstates on the roadway. I do appreciate that right there. This center lane gets to choose which way they go. So we go from 3 lanes to 4 wide right here, and bam. Blue field. I mean, is that really complicated? Chicago, you guys want to take note? Look. Shalum. I even got enough room to move over for a big truck that's got his hazards on over parked into the shoulder of the road. And all is well. And all is beauty field.
occurred on all three of those sites. But Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, when pressed, acknowledged that that bomb damage assessment is still ongoing. What's unclear is what happened to 400 kilograms of enriched uranium that Iran was supposed to have that has apparently been moved. U.S. officials acknowledged they
Oh my gosh, are you kidding me, dude? Is this WMDs all over again, or what? Oh, we don't have the evidence of the enriched uranium. Oh.
don't know where that is.
Clown
Meanwhile,
show.
Donald Trump has raised the specter of regime change in Iran. That would contradict much of what his administration has been saying. The defense secretary and Vice President J.D. Vance have both said the U.S. is not interested in regime change. But Trump posted, if the current Iranian regime can't make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be regime change? It's not clear if that was an impetuous post or whether Trump was trying to foment an uprising in Iran. He has a national security meeting later on Monday, and he might clarify whether the policy of the U.S. has changed. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Well, indeed, Donald Trump's position on Iran has changed several times in just a few weeks, shifting from peace talks and diplomacy to, as we've seen, military strikes. It all began on March the 7th when he sent a letter to Iran's supreme leader offering to lift sanctions in exchange for a nuclear deal, and he gave Iran 60 days to negotiate. By the end of March, he ramped up the pressure, saying he would bomb like never before if talks failed, even as secret negotiations began through Oman. Between April and May, 5 rounds of talks were held. Trump said the two sides were very close to a deal, but no breakthrough came. Then, on June the 12th, the UN nuclear watchdog declared Iran non-compliant. Trump responded by accusing Iran of stalling. On day 61, Israel launched a number of airstrikes on Iran's nuclear sites. Trump called it an excellent move, despite calling for diplomacy just days earlier. The 6th round of talks was cancelled. Trump warned Iran to make a deal or face harsher strikes. On June the 19th, he gave diplomacy 2 more weeks, saying there was still a real chance for peace. But then, just 2 days later, Trump launched direct US strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. He called it a one-time strike, but warned of more to come. Well, let's hear now from Simon Mabon, who's a professor of Middle East and International Politics at Lancaster University. He says there's still a lot we don't know about the strikes on Iran.
We just don't know how successful these strikes have been. There are rumors coming out of Iran that key parts of the nuclear program, the civilian nuclear program, according to them, of course, were removed from these targeted sites a while ago. So whilst there may have been this performative and indeed very symbolic series of attacks, we don't know if they're successful or not. So it might be a little premature to proclaim this wonderful victory that Donald Trump has declared. But in terms of the flip-flopping, I mean, I don't think it's particularly surprising from this president. I think we've seen with his approach to diplomacy, seemingly calling Iran to the table, seemingly suggesting that there was scope for a deal, whilst all the while planning for this type of strike. So again, the diplomacy is a flip-flop. The intelligence seems to be a flip-flop, but it also seems to point to serious divisions between the political wing of the US administration and the more intelligence-minded wing of it, with the various agencies, I believe it's 18 security agencies, concluding or contributing to this report that said that Iran was not indeed seeking a nuclear weapon.
Magpie? Hallelujah. Love it. 84 degrees. Actually, well, pretty dang great, but I'm in air-conditioned cab, so, you know, hey, there is that.
Or there was no evidence of Iran seeking a nuclear weapon. So there's a lot of different moving parts here, and I think what comes out of all of this is that there is a very clear political narrative at play, and that Donald Trump is making a pitch for this to be framed in the way that he wants it to be framed.
The Iranian government says it's drafting legislation to withdraw from the International Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. It is the NPT, and it came into force in 1970 as a way for countries to stop the spread of nuclear weapons, to promote peaceful uses of nuclear energy, and to encourage nuclear disarmament. The United States, the United Kingdom, France, China, and Russia are the treaty's only nuclear states, those that built and tested a nuclear weapon before 1967. Signatories agree not to transfer their weapons or help non-nuclear states develop them, and those which didn't already have nuclear weapons agreed not to acquire them. The International Atomic Energy Agency has the job of overseeing nuclear material and technology, and if Iran withdraw...
Another 450. So that's the 1250. 453 times, so that should be it. There's another route though that had like $40 tolls. Dang. Really? This is some of the best roadway that I've seen so far. Like, that has been really smooth for quite a while now. I don't know. Is this so difficult to attain? Seems strange. Stuff is completely inappropriate. Y'all don't need to be putting stuff like that out in front of anybody's eyes, really. I mean, save that crap for your husband, lady, if you even are. Alright. It's interesting, this thing's telling me that the speed limit's 35. I'm like, yeah, I don't think that's accurate. Thanks for playing. Still has not updated. Alright. Baruk Atah. Dang, I wonder why they're in a traffic jam over on this side. Like, they're backed up. Still says 35. It's hilarious.
Was from the NPT, it would no longer be bound by these rules. As of this year, 191 states are parties to the NPT, making it one of the most widely adhered to arms control agreements. But for nuclear states, India, Pakistan, North Korea, and Israel are not members, though Israel doesn't acknowledge its nuclear program. Mark Fitzpatrick is an Associate Fellow for Strategy, Technology and Arms Control, and the former Director of the
And is Israel the only nation that doesn't acknowledge its nuclear program? Makes completely no sense, and they go like, that's our only ally, completely surrounded by enemies. Well, if the nuclear arms are meant to be a deterrent, why wouldn't they say they have them to deter all this so-called bullies around them, right? That don't make no sense.
Proliferation Program at the International Institute for Strategic Studies, and he expects Tehran to leave the NPT and to seek a nuclear weapon.
Iran has been threatening to pull out of the NPT for several years, threatening this as leverage in diplomacy. They've threatened it over various things. But now, given the enormity of the situation that Iran faces, I think it's beyond the time where they would use it for leverage. I think they would have to feel like they have to respond very visibly in some big fashion. And pulling out of the NPT is one of the few cards actually they can play on the diplomatic stage. If Iran pulls out of the NPT, it doesn't necessarily mean that any other country would, but Saudi Arabia has vowed to match Iran if Iran were to go for nuclear weapons. And if Iran pulls out of the NPT, that would be a signal that Iran was seeking to pursue nuclear weapons in secret. Not necessarily the case, but that was what everyone would understand it to mean. And so Saudi Arabia, I think, would think about pulling out itself. And there might be other countries. Egypt, for example, has long been concerned that Israel doesn't face any international monitoring. And Egypt says that's unfair. And so Egypt, if others pulled out, might think that it would be worth their while to pull out. And, there could be other countries around the world similarly fed up with the international nuclear war. Iran has been on the verge, you could say, for several months, even years. They've had this nuclear capability, but they haven't done it. Now, there's little reason for them not to do it, that they've been bombed. And so I fully expect Iran to pull out of the NPT, expel the inspectors, launch on a program of a nuclear weapons program with now all the resources of the country.
What a beauty-filled place. Look at that. Hoo-wee. Baruk Yahuah. All the works of your hand. Oh, how man ruins your creation. The damage of the fall, the crimes, the chaos, the disorder, the lawlessness, the wicked Ruach Ha'Qadash, trespassing spirits, deceiving and leading astray those made in your very image, Abba. Baruk Yahuah for his vengeance. I'm gonna leave this turned down. They're doing weather. I don't know if you can hear the exhaust brake. This truck is like very, very quiet despite all the power. Just remember the Ford we had, same year. It was a dually, but one's like a 6.6 liter, another one's a 6.7 liter. They're like very, very equal in a lot of ways. And truck was pretty loud when the exhaust brake would kick in. Oh, it was just loud. This is working. I'm on a 5% grade. My speed is not altering at all. From my cruise control is at 59 and I'm going 59. Ain't nothing changed. Get over right here. Like, I don't know why these people are like, hey, I'm gonna go 70 right here. Because that's the speed limit. So I guess that's what they're gonna do. I'm gonna get around this tanker. He's got his flashers on in the right lane. He's actually doing all right too, really, when you consider what we're dealing with here. I mean, how much weight you think that guy's got? I'd say a lot. I don't even know. 80,000? Perhaps. Come on over and they'll watch him. Watch him when they cut loose, boy. Might even want to just let me know how upset they are about it. Let's see. That one seemed fairly muted. Well, no, he has to get over. Right lane. BMW. Look at that. Camp Creek State Park and Forest. Mercedes is accelerating. Right lane closes in a half mile, so after this Toyota, I'm gonna get over. And it says the speed limit's 55, so I'm gonna go ahead and start getting that squared away. There we go. I don't know if you can even hear her. She's not loud. It could also have something to do with the insulation of the cab, you know. It could be that the engines themselves are about equally noisy, but it's just less road noise. It may be, I don't know. Rest area, way station, 1 mile. So let's see if I need to do the way station. I gotta try to pay close attention to the signage. It's already coming in a mile and I don't know what they require. Which, you know, almost makes me feel like that I would do it no matter what. Of course, I don't want to get scolded like that cop in Washington. She was triggered, boy. That lady was triggered. Okay, there seems to be quite a bit of reading, and I don't know if I'm going to get a chance. Rest area, scenic overlook, next right, no facilities. You're not saying anything about your way station. Now it looks like the whatchamacallit is over. Construction. Although that's not even marked. Turn off the exhaust brake. Alright. Hey, look at all these no parking signs. You think they need to let you know there's no parking? Every 10 feet. This is pretty. Wow, it goes way down. Dang, bro. Well, if you can keep that thing moving, I don't really want to look at your face again. She's like, I quarter of a tank. So I'm going to flip the switch. And I'm going to come to my timer. And we're going to do 10 minutes. Baruk Atah. Little Suzuki right here. Like, closing on it more than I would want, so I'd come over to pass, but then I guess he must have realized that he was going slow. I don't know. No worries, all is well. Get right back on over now. Get the map back.
Bring us up to date with what we know of what's been targeted and what's been happening.
Well, over the past few hours, there have been several attacks inside and around Tehran, also to the south from the capital towards Fordo nuclear facility, where the road that leads to the facility has been struck also. So in Tehran, there have been several attacks. There was also electricity cuts in the morning and the noon just after the attack. Later on, things were fixed. However, these attacks came so close to major civilian infrastructure such as the university, the Red Crescent headquarters, and also the Iranian television. But the buildings were not hit. However, the strikes were so close. To the west from Tehran, in Karaj, there was a very massive airstrike on the Sepah Square. And we saw pictures from there. It shows a very huge airstrike. Also a drone strike, as we mentioned in the news now. There was a drone strike.
Kind of crazy, right? Like, why is Israel striking all these things if the U.S. just obliterated them already? And why are they getting so dangerously close to all these other humanitarian targets? But the other guy's the terrorist. Ding.
The various sites targeted by Israel, including the latest, which is from Karaj. What do we know about that?
Well, the attack in Karaj came in just the same time, at the same time with the attacks in Tehran. Probably the pictures came now, but the attack was coordinated. The attacks were all coordinated. The ones in Tehran, the one in Karaj, the one in Shahrirai towards the south of the capital. And at that moment, we were on the street. We were moving from one place to another, and everywhere was shaking. The massive explosions, and many people whom I asked were saying this is unprecedented. They've never seen such waves of attacks. It's just like chains of airstrikes.
Okay, really weird, right? The locals in the area say that the attacks today were out of the ordinary, really shaky, but they didn't say that about the MOPs that went off 2 days ago or 2 nights ago or whenever the midnight hammer happened. That's freaking weird, dude. Why would they not say those were the most earth-shaking, mother of all bomb, multi-ordnance, right? Weird. I can't get that one. Can't figure that one out.
After each other were taking place. So yeah, I mean, with respect to Karaj, it's just part of this coordinated attacks. The IRGC issued a video statement saying that it has used a new type of rockets today, the Khaybar, the multi-head Khaybar, that is capable of evading radars and defensive layers.
All right, Ali, thanks for that. Ali Hashem in Tehran. We'll hear from Bernard Smith shortly, but first let's drop in to listen to NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, who's addressing a press conference ahead of the summit of Bloc's leaders in The Hague.
This is a quantum leap that is ambitious, historic, and fundamental to securing our future. The new Defense Investment Plan is the key deliverable for this summit, and will be decisive when it comes to ensuring effective deterrence and defense. The details of our plans are, of course, classified, but let me give you a few examples of what we will invest in. A 5-fold increase in air defense capabilities, because we see Russia's deadly terror from the skies over Ukraine every day, and we must be able to defend ourselves from such attacks. Thousands more tanks and armored vehicles, because even though warfare is changing fast, we still need to be able to protect our soldiers on the battlefield and to maneuver. And millions of rounds of artillery ammunition, because it is by having these stockpiles that we can deter aggression from any threat. As we invest more, it is crucial that we also produce more. At present, there is not nearly enough supply to meet our increased demand on either side of the Atlantic. For this, we need to work closely with industry, the major players that are the foundation of our defense industrial base, as well as the newer players that will help as we innovate and ensure our technological edge going forward. It also means working together with our close partners, including Ukraine, the European Union, and our partners from the Indo-Pacific. We are already working on this. And tomorrow at the NATO summit...
How can it be mile marker 88 again? What in the freak, dude? How much times are we going to see the same thing? Look, these people are already acting all kind of retarded up here. Look, these guys are in a race, and they, look, I know you can't see it. Just saying. That one had to slow down and go behind the other one, and now he's going to be all pissed. Now he's riding his butt, got the brakes on. Now the other one jerked over and cut the other car off. Now they look like they're racing again. It's crazy, dude. Alright, so we got 2.5 miles of this steep decline again. Look at that. Look at how fast he's going. Listening to this guy talk is like reminding me of like They Live or something. Not a single truth spoken. Gross, guys. Pretty gross.
Defense industry firm, we will continue to see new orders and concrete cooperation to expand our defense industrial base. We are sending a clear demand signal. We need industry to respond, and we need industry to respond quickly.
We need more weapons.
Because there is an urgent need. There is also a tremendous upside to ramping up our defense production. Not only will we be more secure, but there is huge economic potential for our societies, including more jobs for our people.
Give us more weapons. It'll make you safer, and it'll make us more prosperous.
By investing more and producing more, we build a stronger NATO. The result is also a fairer NATO as allies step up to ensure there is more equal responsibility for our shared security.
All right, let's see what happens.
As we
So that was 10 minutes. Auxiliary tank pumping into onboard tank. This is saying it only went up 1/8. It's not true. So I might have to just wait and wait and wait and see what it does. Just try to keep an eye on it and see what it does. It may be trickling up. I don't know. It may not reflect the new addition completely until it gets powered off and powered back on. I don't know. So what do we got going on here? Now we're not going downhill anymore. We're going uphill now. And we're way under the speed limit. Which is interesting that it's not showing me what the speed limit is.
become stronger and fairer, we will also demonstrate that while NATO is and will remain a defensive alliance, there should be no doubt about our ability and resolve to protect our nations and respond with resounding force should we be attacked. This is what it means to be a more lethal alliance.
That is NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte addressing a press conference of a NATO summit in The Hague, saying that they're sending a demand signal for defence production to be ramped up, which would equal security for nations and job production and a fairer NATO. Indeed, of course, that summit coinciding with escalating tensions.
So he said that transitioning from a defensive alliance to a lethal alliance.
To Ali Hashim in Tehran, but earlier let's hear now from Bernard Smith, who joins us from Jordan's capital of Amman. He's there because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting in Israel and the occupied West Bank. Earlier, Bernard, we were hearing about Israeli attacks within Iran. It's been coming the other way as well. What have you been hearing about that?
Nick, today estimates of about 10 missiles fired towards Israel from Iran in three different waves, and it was the length of time that was unusual this time. Sirens going off for at least 30 minutes in some parts of Israel. Have never gone off for that long before. Damage in a couple of parts of the country, notably to the Israeli Electricity Corporation's one of its electricity substations was damaged. 8,000 people had lost power, although it was restored within a couple of hours. But it's also all of this coming at a huge financial cost to the state of Israel. Latest figures from the tax authority director said...
I'm going to pause this guy for a second. He's kind of repeating himself, but we're going to go into a tunnel. So it's saying 60 right here. This Jeep. The only reason why I'm over here in the left lane is because of that Jeep right there. I do not know why. They do fast, slow, etc. Now when I come over here, there's also an on-ramp, but I'm really trying to get out of the way of this red truck that was pushing me. Alright, so it's saying 55. We're going to slow down. Here we go. We're not that far beyond that. Goes the tunnel, East River Mountain. I wonder how long we're in here for. we? Why are we braking? Hey guys. Why are you braking? Okay, here's a very large trailer. I don't necessarily want to be next to that guy. Ooh. Class B. Boy, boy, boy. I'd get back over, but there's an 18-wheeler up there, and I don't think that's wise right now. Let's just stay where we're at. Ain't this fun? Woo! It looks a lot different when you're just looking at the wall than when you're looking straight ahead. Everything, all the lights are coming like this. But that's the view you got looking out the window. Woohoo! Here comes the end, coming out into the whoa! Now you can see all over. See all that you pass. So we're saying, welcome to Virginia. And the speed limit is still saying 55. I find that to be kind of shocking. Looks like we're clear. 77. Looking for confirmation. It looks like you guys really are doing, whoa, nope, 70. Easy girl, easy girl. Is that on? That's not on. Shift, please. Dang. That was brutal, girl. Got me freaked out right there. I'm gonna slide over because those trucks up ahead, they're flying. Dang, that's like as if the exhaust brake was on, but it was not on. Well, that was exciting. Literally feel it like. Oh boy. So 24 miles on 77 before we stay on 77. They're doing it again. Do they ever stop? No, I don't think so. Check out the rocks. Gorgeous. Gorgeous country, family. So why am I going all the way to Virginia to go to Carolina? I am so confused. Are we doing the right thing? I don't know if I can check that right this second because this big Amazon Prime truck is losing a lot of its speed for some reason. I might need to get over. Yeah, I think I am. Before that Ram gets too close. Okay, I can kind of see that now. So 2 hours and 23 minutes remaining. Virginia Welcome Center coming up here. Now the Ram moved over. You ain't gonna go through there, bro. I'm not trying to cut you off, man. Pretty little creek right there. Or a pond, rather.
that so far Israelis have made claims for $1.3 billion worth of damages. That's something like 75,000 claims. They say 40,000 claims. 30 buildings will have to be demolished, and the tax authority director says we've never seen such severe damage as this. So that's in 10 days, claims of $1.3 billion, 40,000 claims. Compare that to between October 7th 2 years ago to just before June 13th, and there were 75,000 claims. So a lot of claims in a very short space of time.
And Bernard, so the Israeli military, I understand, has put out a statement on the US strikes on Iran. What's their position, and could the Iran campaign come to an end soon?
Well, Benjamin Netanyahu said last night that we are very, very close to achieving our goals in Iran. When they have been reached, the operation will finish. I mean, the Israelis are continuing to hit targets in Iran today, although they're not necessarily.
Okay, we're just interrupting that to listen to Mark Rutte again, who now I understand is talking about Iran.
Let's not forget, Iran is heavily involved in the fight of Russia against Ukraine by, for example, their drones deliveries, which are killing innocent Ukrainians every day in cities, in communities without any respect for life. So there is also a close connection between Iran, of course, North Korea, China, Belarus, but also Iran with Russia when it comes to the war in Ukraine. So no doubt it will emerge in the discussions.
Okay, we'll come to the second row here on the aisle.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rutte, can you confirm that all allies, so not only Spain, are free to spend as much money as they want, as long as they guarantee that they will fulfill the capability targets? And if so, what's this 5% worth after all?
Well, I would not buy the assumption in your question. So what we will agree as an alliance is a 5% target to spend on GDP when it comes to our collective defense. Some of us are already there almost. Take the United States. They're already spending almost 3.5% on the core defense, and no doubt they are close to spending the 1.5% on defense related, and countries like Estonia and Poland are very close, and for many others it will still be a long road ahead. But really important that we do this.
All right, let's go to the fourth row. Gentlemen, 3 in.
Secretary General, thank you, Luis. Good afternoon, Luis Tovares, Spanish TV. Secretary General, yesterday you reached an agreement with Spain that it gives flexibility to meet the targets without reaching 5%. So why this exception for Spain, and what message does it send to other countries that also believe that it's not necessary to reach 5% to meet its goals, and especially considering that Spain is right now the ally that spends the least? So, and the last question, do you think that Donald Trump agrees with this exception? Thank you.
Well, all allies agreed with the statement, and all allies agree with the capability targets. The defense ministers a couple of weeks ago nailed down the capability targets. And as you know, we are an alliance where we fight together, and if necessary, where we also suffer and die together for our collective defense. And I've always had the highest respect for Spain's contribution to NATO. They are active all over NATO territory in many missions. And Spain has also agreed with the targets. The fact is that Spain thinks they can achieve those targets on a percentage of 2.1%. NATO is absolutely convinced. NATO is absolutely convinced Spain will have to spend 3.5% together. So each country will now regularly report on what they are doing in terms of spending and reaching the targets. So we will see. And anyway, there will be a review in 2029.
Okay, let's come to this side of the room.
You guys up here, man.
We'll go to the front row, the gentleman in the beige jacket.
Come on. The guy causing the problem, he's not even pulling a trailer or nothing. He's just in a box truck. Not even a box truck. What do you call when you have toolboxes on your truck? What are you freaking doing, bro? Go. Wow. and now he's just staying in the way. Hey, my baby. Baruk Yahuah. I'm going to try to get to that as soon as I can. Now is not a safe time for that. Gotta get around this Walmart.com truck. There's a 6-pointed star on the side of that truck. Can you count the points? Rem fan? Yeah. Alright, so I would get over, but why? Because you got another big rig right here with flashers on. So here we go. Going down this time. I don't really want to be behind you, bro, because I mean, yeah, you're doing well now, but what was that you were doing earlier? Let's just sit here for a second and see how this goes. Truck pushing me. This guy's like forcing me to have to speed past him. Who are you? Alright, we're gonna try again. Don't be doing what you did earlier. Like you work for the county or something.
Dear Secretary General, 2 weeks ago you said in London that Russia could be ready to use military force against NATO within 5 years, and repeated it in 5 years. Could you please tell us what is this assessment based on, and can Russia attack Finland, Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, or any other NATO nation located in the eastern flank of NATO? Thank you.
There's widespread.
All right. So it says all commercial vehicles. So I gotta get off here. It looks like we're gonna have a weigh station. Let me make sure I'm paying really close attention because I don't want to get chewed out for not paying attention. No, it's gonna be plain, simple, obvious, just like all other weigh stations, except for you, Washington, because you're freaking crazy. That's why. Yeah, look, right here. Stop at white line before pulling onto scales. Stop. Okay. I'm up. Here we go. Let's see how much this bad boy weighs. Oh, I'm not going to get to see. I'm not going to get to see my number. Dang it. Well, I did want to know the number. But all is well. Now, so how does the Amazon Prime truck not have to stop? Is he not commercial? Come on, bro. I mean, I appreciate you moving out of my way, but you really should clear your lane first, kid. Sorry, child. It's really not cool to just go over to the other. Oh my gosh. Yo, bro, what? So now it did get up to a half. So then that kind of looks like 10 minutes gave a quarter. I would almost be a little bit concerned to look at the gauge in the back, but I can't do anything about that. When I go to Transport Pro to get the oil changed, it's hard to believe that it's time already, but it is. I'll have them check that. I'm just gonna ask him to look at it. Please don't do anything right now, because you didn't plan ahead, you didn't look ahead, you didn't anything. So this is this is how we learn. Part of how we learn, okay? There you go. We gotta start looking ahead and anticipating what's gonna happen. And don't just be reactionary. You'll never be a safe driver if all you do is react. Okay? Oh. Somebody's over in the right lane with their flashers on, and it's also looking like we're going to be reducing our speed ahead. Yeah, I'm not sure what this guy's doing. This is just a little Toyota Fox Valley. What is that? Alright, I'm going to reduce my speed because they're going from 70 to 55. Trucks use right lane through tunnel. Yeah, another tunnel. Look at the view, Mashpaka. Baruk Atah Yahuah. I want to go ahead and shout off of there. Yeah. Ew. Jefferson National Forest. Mr. I'm going to create my own version of the Bible, right? Definitely a lot more fun things to look at on this particular trip. Okay, speed limit's 55, but they do not care. Right? This guy's still wanting to go 70, and he's putting his lights on that other car to get the heck out of his way. He's all up on their butt. Faster than that one. Now he's going to be pushing them. Okay. So yes, we are 70 again, but they did have us dropping our speed for the tunnel, and they did not care. There's no way that this big truck was going 55, or he wouldn't have popped out and trying to pass me right now. Mr. I don't go to the way stations. No, he's not going to get, look, there's a hill right here. I'm going speed limit. What do you think? You think he's going to try to come over and get in front of me? I don't even know where these people go to trucking school, bro. Why you want to try to pop out of a tunnel speeding and then pass me on an uphill? See, look, I'm not doing nothing. Idiot. Based on what? Evidence. That ain't even the first time I dealt with that truck. It is what it is. Here we go. Watch this. See, this is the speed limit, 70. How fast is he going? See that? He's operating on emotion. Now he's putting on his brakes. Came over into the right lane and then signaled. Right?
agreement within NATO that at this moment, today, if Russia would attack us, our reaction will be devastating and the Russians know this. But there is great worry in many circles of NATO. We have heard the Chief of Defense in Germany a couple of weeks ago and many other senior military leaders speaking about this, and also senior intelligence community people speaking about this, that between 3, 5, 7 years from now, Russia will be able to successfully attack us. If we do not start...
What kind of rhetoric is this to have, like, out on the world stage? You need to stockpile the weapons. Everyone must pay 5%. You need to do so. Otherwise, Russia will attack us in 3 or 5 or 7 years. They will attack us. And I'm sure that they use the Ukrainian thing to justify that. But if you go back and look, there was a peace treaty that happened after World War II where there was a line drawn. The UN was not going to go past that. And that's what the conflict of Ukraine really is about. Other than the obvious spiritual truth that they're all trying to escalate things intentionally. Oh, look at this. North? Why would I go north? 81. 1.1 miles, 77 south to 81 north. 52 south. I am confusion. I must admit that I do not understand where I am going in 1.6 miles. But whatever it is, I'm getting off of 77. And it's probably because it stays too far west of my goal. Oh boy. Slow down because I do not know what is happening. 8 miles. Oh, 81 north is the same road. What the freaking confusion, bro? Man, come on, y'all. Y'all down here, you're supposed to be in the south, ain't you? Why you gotta be so confusing as all the northerners are? Charlotte. Yep, that's me. Okay. It's all well. All's well. How did you make the YouTube player just disappeared? But we're definitely not doing an exit only here. Turbo firing up. Whoa, 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 first time in a while. What you doing, little car? You got your signal on, but you ain't moving. I don't know, bro. You're just rolling down the road with your freaking blinker on and you ain't doing nothing. What the heck? You're confusing me, bro. Supposed to be going 70 right now. Why would you? I don't understand. I do not understand. And you still ain't done nothing. Maybe you just kind of don't realize that you have a blinker on. I've been seeing an increase in that type of behavior as well. to do with the abomination that causes desolation. So 6 miles.
To successfully attack us. If we do not start investing more today, the question will be, why do you then give this time frame to 2035? Well, of course, we will start today. That means yearly increments. There'll be a huge extra defense spend already in the next 3 to 5 years. There's also time we need to make sure that defense spend can be absorbed by, of course, hiring, making sure that you can buy all the military equipment you need to buy without raising the prices. But that means 3, 5, 7 years from now, we will gradually build a NATO which is so strong that not only today, but also in 3, 5, 7 years and 10 years from now, nobody, not the Russians, but please be watchful what China is doing with its rapid build-up of its military. Already the same amount as ships sailing in their navy compared to the United States, and that will grow into 450 ships by 2030, 1,000 nuclear warheads by 2030, and we have to be sure and make sure that we can defend ourselves against them.
All right, let's come to the center front row, the gentleman in the glasses.
Thank you for the floor, Dmitry Shkurko, National News Agency of Ukraine. Last days we have intensified attacks of Russia to the civilian objects in Ukraine. Today, tonight, at least 6 people only in Kiev died and around 20 were wounded. So my question is NATO considered that like some kind of challenge just straight before the start of NATO summit? And could we not reaction, but some kind of assessment of this situation from the leaders' side? And the second question, if I may, tomorrow you will have a trilateral meeting with EU and Ukraine. Can we expect you raise the question how EU can replace American assistance, which is not granted anymore? And could it be a reality for EU to replace that kind of assistance? Thank you.
Well, first, on your first question, the attacks on innocent civilians, on cities, on communities in Ukraine, without any military goal, I totally find abhorrent. We hold Russia fully responsible for this. It is against any rule, international rule, and anyway, this whole attack, starting in 2014 and a full-scale attack starting end of February 2022, is unprovoked, is totally by everybody in NATO seen as something we collectively have to fight back on, making sure that Ukraine has what it needs with our support to take that fight concretely from step to step and make sure that they can defend Ukrainian territory. This is the reason why I think also last year in Washington, NATO allies agreed that for Ukraine there is an irreversible path of Ukraine to enter NATO. And that is still true today, and it will still be true on Thursday after this summit. But that comes to your second question. As I announced, we thought for this year 20 billion was pledged by Canada and the European allies. It is now over 35 billion. Last year it was just over 50 billion for the full year. This year, not even before we reached the 1st of July, so the half-year mark, we are already at over 35 billion. So this shows you, and this is the evidence, that nobody in Europe, in Canada, including, by the way, the United States, loses sight of what is happening in Ukraine.
All right, we'll come back to this side of the room. The gentleman here in the front row in the dark suit.
James Bayes, Al Jazeera. Secretary General, NATO's position for more than 3 years has been very consistent. It's been criticizing Russia for breaching the rules-based international order by invading Ukraine. Doesn't all of that seem very hypocritical, given the US's recent actions, which are clearly dubious under international law?
Well, I don't agree with that assessment at all. Obviously, NATO is concentrated on the Euro-Atlantic, but I do not at all, not one syllable of your assessment, sorry, on what you just said. With all the respect, of course, for your news outlet, which I always respect, but I think you have this completely wrong.
Right.
All right, and staying in the front row,
the
the woman
U.S.
here.
didn't do anything wrong. I want to see
Maria
that building.
Tanya agrees. Back to the defense spending plan, you said there is going to be a review in 2029. How are you going to ensure until then that there is credible growth in spending by all members? And also, I mean, in other words, taking also into consideration the exemption for Spain, how are you going to ensure that this pledge, this plan does not become another empty promise? Thank you.
Well, let me first say on your particularly alluding to Spain, NATO has no opt-out. And NATO doesn't know side deals or side deals. So that's on the particular question you ask about Spain. What all allies will do is...
that's the Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, speaking at The Hague ahead of a NATO summit, speaking about various things from Ukraine.
So Spain would be an exception, but it says that it is going to reach the target of 2.1% of its defense spending. Now, NATO says that most of the other countries will be able to spend 3.5% of their GDP on core defense issues, particularly buying weapons, expanding their air defense systems, more drones, more missile systems, to be able to cope with the ever-changing geopolitical landscape, but most importantly, to answer some of the key demands of the American administration under Trump, which is basically, if they want the US to stick around, they have to increase their defense spending. But I have to say that even within many NATO members, it remains to be seen whether they will all be able to get to that target, which is 3.5 to 5% by 2030, and there is a consensus to push that bill up to 2035, which many people see as the only plausible deadline where they can be able to get to that consensus. But as you saw in that interesting conference, Nick, Iran also overshadowed the debate with Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, saying that the Western alliance strongly believes that Iran should not have developed a nuclear weapon, and that this is something that European allies have been insistently saying to the Iranians: acquiring nuclear weapon is a red line.
Let's return to the Minister for and was saying that citizens using
this is not for that ongoing conflict. This is an aggression started by the Israeli genocidal regime against Iran and Iranian people. We decided to defend under Article 51 of the UN Charter, which is our right to respond. So what is happening right now is a legitimate...
Sorry. So 33 miles, really? Yeah, 33 miles to 74, which will be the one that takes me down and around Greensboro, which is also where I'm going to stay after the drop-off. So I'll be making my way back there after. And Abba willing, maybe even meet my Ak there. I hope you're not planning on staying there, dude. You just come take up residence. There's a big truck here that I got to get around. Come on, buddy. degrees, 124 miles remaining to the shower. Abba willing, I should say. Okay, so we got a little bit of a downhill thing going on here. I don't know how long it goes for. I am kind of committed to passing this big truck. He's starting to put on his brakes. But he might be tough to take on the downhill because he might not be secure. This is the new river. Oh, look at that. That's pretty over there. Baruk Yahuah. Keep her over there, Mr. Thank you. That's actually a really pretty tractor you got there. Minus the corporate paint job. Not really a fan of the Volvo anyhow. Personally. No offense. Shot Tower Historical State Park. Hillsville, Statesville, Charlotte. Actually saw Charlotte on there. Getting a little bit congested right here. Unfortunately, there's a big truck or two in the right lane, and then we're starting uphill. They're not going to be able to make it. I need to get over. This person's in the way. Probably not even aware of it. are you gonna do? Slow down. Oh boy. So much beauty out here. Just look at these trees. All the shade they make. Yeah. How dare people actually go the speed limit and get in your way? Says commercial vehicles use right lane when operating speeds below 65. Well, the speed limit's 65, so are you saying that as long as they speed, they can use the left lane? Stupid, dude. People sit down, they have like board meetings and council things to go over what the signages say, right? Committees overseeing that or something. Come on, Virginia. Am I still in Virginia? I'm confused. Oh, I got a message from my baby. I gotta play this. See what's up. Be right back. So it is an hour and a half remaining. I'm gonna need to stop before that, and I'm thinking, like, if there's a place to stop, blast the car, use the restroom, and maybe even make up another batch of coffee, I'm gonna do that. I need to try to throw down another 10 minutes of pumping. Let's see how it goes. I'm at 3/8. So if my theory was correct, I'll be at 5/8. But I don't know. We shall see. Shall see. Baruk Yahuah. Either way. Just trying to look. See, there's a Blue Ridge Parkway. I don't think that's what I'm looking for. Damn. What I'm really looking for, I guess, would just be called a rest area. Let's see what this is saying. Through traffic restricted to 8 tons gross. 8 tons. I don't know. I'm not sure what my tonnage even is right now. Guys. And I went on your scale already. So I'm not sure what to think of that. Unfortunately, didn't get to find out what my weight was. It seems like you would just put a little display that shows that, you know, like 16,000 or whatever. Probably close to 17. Uh-oh. These guys wanting to merge right into me here. So, like, what are you doing, bro? You are a reckless freaking guy. Freaking idiot. boss. Pay attention. I would have been where you are, and you could have been where I am. Unreal, dude. You forced me over here. Wow. You can't believe some of these people. And he was accelerating up the ramp like he was going to go right into me. Dude, shake your head. Shake your head. Unreal, dude. Unreal. What's the speed limit where I'm at? 65. What am I going? 65. What was I going the whole time? 65. But I'm in his way. So we got 6 miles worth of downhill, whatever you want to call that. Different ramp. Sorry, but the most frustrating part about it was him blaming me. Like, oh, that's an amazing view out there. I know you can't see it. That is incredible out there. Imagine being able to blast the shupar off of that. You can see out there, it just goes all the way back. That is vast. I wonder if the sound would carry all the way down to the folks on the ground. Kind of seems like it would. It says stay in your lane. It says uneven lanes. Yo. I'm not even really hearing the exhaust brake, but it's on. And the truck is set to 6, or the cruise control is marked at 64, and the truck is just staying at 64 down this downhill all by its own. So well done, working truck. Well done. Congested right here, which could force me to tap my brakes. I'm trying not to, because if I do that, I'll lose that adjustment that I have in place. of the ear. Keep it rolling. Whoa. 2 minutes left on my pump. My little baby girl went poop outside. All's going well with her training. Baruk Yahuah. I can't wait to bring her. Put the little saddle right here. Truck ain't gonna want to shift because it's trying to maintain the speed. So until it gets, excuse me, a little bit more level grounded right here, maybe now she might. Okay, go ahead, girl. Shift. There you go. There you go. Oh, she done so great. Man, Baruk Yahuah. Tada Abba. Oh, look. There's a rest area next right. I don't know if I can. I ain't gonna be able to make that. Dang it. Was there any heads up about that at all? No. And not that I saw coming down that whole hill. Dang it. Well, we are in North Carolina. Just like that. Welcome to North Carolina. I would get over, but there's actually a box truck right here. So let me go ahead and get past him first because he is going 60 into 70 or less. That's the timer for the auxiliary tank. Shut that off. Hallelujah. It's showing at a half, but I feel like if I'm patient here and wait, it's going to go up to that 5/8. We'll see. So that's kind of like looking like it could be a legit thing. That 10 minutes gets you 1/4 of a tank. If I'm already stopping, well, yeah, there's restroom, shupar, and coffee, so it's not just about the coffee, which I do want some. Truck, enter way station. What truck? Chevy Love pickup? Be more specific, Carolina. Truckers check brakes before entering way station. Way station open. Am I supposed to go to the way station? It doesn't seem to say, it doesn't seem to specify, so let's go ahead and do it. I mean, what's the worst? What's the worst that could happen? I came in here and I didn't need to. Here's another example of very clear signage. There's an overhead bar with a giant green arrow and a giant red X. It's very, very clear what's going on here. So we're just supposed to go 30 miles an hour through here. All right. That's it. I did what I was, I don't know, maybe I did more than was required, I'm not sure. But I did at least what may have been required. And 1.7 miles Winston-Salem. That's this over here. 70 miles an hour. Okay. Whew! Kind of a lot going on all at once, but we are through it all. Halal Yahuah. It's definitely ticking up still on the gauge here. I'm not up to the 5/8, but I am above the half. So I'm kind of still need to wait a little bit longer. Let me answer my shot. Baruk Yahuah, baby, that's great. Way to go, Gidgy. Gidgy's training is going well. I can't wait for her to jump in the saddle and go for a ride. Oh, hallelujah. Great job, Mama Bear. That's awesome. Love it. All right, so I'm gonna see, I got 93 miles until we get the destination. The thing I don't know is how long am I gonna be on this particular road. It is still 70. Going 68 and closing in on this little GMC pickup truck here. I'm not sure if I need to, I guess I have to go around. I don't know why he's going that way. But whatever. Okay, so 16 miles. And it says slight left. 16 miles, slight left. What does that even mean, bro? I might not ever know. Yeah, I'm not sure about this GMC driver. He seems to be now going a little bit faster, like he just realized what he was doing. I don't know. And there's a big truck in front of him, so he's probably going to end up coming over in front of me. Just watch some of these folks close, because they could be altered mental. Watch this. Look at this. Look. Whoa. Negative Ghost Riders. What is this? You go in front of a big... Oh my gosh, dude. This guy's license plate says Roar 1. I have no idea what state. But did you see what he just did? He would have a customized plate that says Roar 1. See, this GMC kind of, in a way, they end up causing the problem. It wasn't illegal. It was just oblivious, uncourteous, and awkward. And now he's still in front of me, which I do not like, but I'm not gonna like speed to pass him. You know what I mean? But I'm watching him real close, because he's gonna probably end up becoming a thing again. That's usually just how that works. Can you believe that view? You see that grass, that sky, those clouds? It is just... It's 95 now. Woo! That's a lot. That's a lot. Probably going to increase. So it did get up to the 5/8. I'm think I'm gonna leave that like that. If within the next 88 miles it drops down, which it won't drop that much. I was gonna say I'll turn the pump on again, but I may not end up doing that at all. In fact, I should add I should add the final destination, but I don't know. I don't like this guy being in front of me. He's getting increasingly close. I'm just going the same old. Bro. I got a message from my shot, but I just want to see what happens with this truck real quick first. Now he's speeding up again. Dude, who is this guy? This is one of those, like, kind of like a grandpa style truck, you know, with the hard bed cover that goes up like a trunk or whatever. Brand new, super shiny GMC Sierra. He sped up, but it's not enough for me to not, like, I won't fall back in behind him. It's too close. Stuff you just can't. Alright, I can't be out in limbo like this long. I'm gonna try to just increase a couple and see if he'll stay the same. He's kind of like truck blocking. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to see what he looks like. I am curious what he looks like. Baby, I'm gonna go check it out. Got safely past that grandpa truck. I'm still watching him though, because I won't be surprised if I get to a point where I need to get over it and all of a sudden he's right there in my blind spot. NPCs are like obstruction magnets, like they can't not be in the way. They don't even realize it. You move, they move. When I move, you move. Just like that, when I move, you move in my way. Baruk Yahuah. Okay. We have 1.3 miles for us to do a slight left. I actually feel like this road is gonna dead end. I don't know this, but I feel like it's going to like dead end into some like go this way or that way option. Police ahead, really? Of course there are. Get off my screen, you're blocking my stuff. 55 mile an hour speed zone ahead. Okay, well that's probably why there's a police person up here. Use the trailer brake sometimes to assist, you know what I'm saying? Okay. 65. Now is my slight... Wait. I can't tell. Dang it, was I supposed to exit right there? No. Okay, dang, that was really not cool, dude. Ugh. I guess this is what they meant when they said slight right. And what's it all for? Some kind of construction project or something? I don't know if this truck is slowing down because they're going to exit right there. Maybe not. Okay, now we're going up to 65. Atta girl. Atta girl. 16 miles on 52 until we get to 74 east. So I'm gonna get over in case someone needs to pass me. Thank you, sir, for letting me know that it was clear to come over. I do appreciate that. The gas ticked up just a wee bit past. Just a wee bit past the 5/8. I don't know what's going on with these folks over here. Once again, look, it's a jam. They're in a traffic jam. It's a parking lot for them. I don't know what that's all about. Straight ahead, there's like this, there's a mountain here, but it also has this interesting, like, raised up plateau. It looks like you're gonna get to see it, Abba willing, very soon. Hallelujah, Ramamu, Yahuah, Hallelujah, Rumamu, Yahuah. 65. All's well, just coasting along here. Pilot Mountain Parkway. So we are going to start shifting over here. That's really cool. It'd be neat to be up on top of there. I'd love to go up there, have an altar, have a feast under the stars, build a booth, dwell up there for a week. I mean, whatever. That would be so cool. Let's see if you get a view of it right around. No, you're not gonna. No, you're not there yet. And there's trees obstructing your view now. So it's up to Yahuah whether you're going to get to see it or not. And I don't know if it is called Pilot Mountain. Maybe a Google of Pilot Mountain would show you. But we might also get a clearing here. If Abba Baruk said. Because there is a mountain right next to me. And it has an interesting little peeky poo on it. Looks like it's a state park. We'll probably go up some windy road up to it. Well, dang. I mean, obviously, I didn't know. I've not been here. I didn't know what to expect. But it looks like you're not going to get to see it unless we wrap around again to the right, and then you do get to see it in the distance. That's always possible. But yeah, I'm pretty sure if you take that little road right there, it would take you up there, and it would probably be pretty darn cool. Oh, you see it? It's right there. I don't know, it looks a little different from the side, and it's hard for me to look at the phone right now. But I did notice it there. It's kind of like there's a mountain, and then there's like a little plateau crown on top of it, like. So it's like. Okay, hang on a second. I got another message from my baby. Oh, this one's pretty lengthy. I'll be right back. All right, cool. Yada. Yahuah. Barak Yahuah. Halal Yahuah. happened too while I was playing that message. I looked in my mirror right here, and that mountain was directly behind me. So I don't know if you go on US 52 in that direction at whatever, I'm sorry, I can't tell you what mile marker I was going to try, but you'd probably be able to see it. Like all these people driving on the road, they're going to go around this next turn right here, and then it's going to be in front of them, like straight ahead. Pretty neat. I guess it is Pilot Mountain, North Carolina. But it was cool. I think I have another message. Oh, is that the guy? That's the guy again, dudes. Yo, what? No. That lane is perfectly smooth. This lane is all beat up, and he's right in front of me. Hi, dude. Now he's just tapping his brakes. Now he's getting over because I'm getting over. I told you, when I move, you move. Just like that. When you move, I move. Just like that. I feel like it's a thing to where, like, the enemy tries to send them to like stir us up, frustrate us, rob us of our Gil. Gil is a Qadash way of saying J-O-Y, and J-O-Y is not clean. Baruk Atah Yahuah for that understanding. Halal Yahuah. Alright, so it's like I have another message. Let me take a look. You see. Oh. She just asking me. Yona Yahuah. She's asking me the name of the Ak who's wanting to maybe assemble with me on Shabbat. King Tobaccoville. Tobacco. Alright, let me see. 4.5 miles. That was wild. The road was causing the tires to make a noise that sounded like a howling banshee. It was pretty trippy. It's fun. Okay, what do we have here? Hanging Rock State Park. Excuse me. Hanging Rock State Park. Oof. Guy's in front of me is riding his brakes. I don't know what the heck is going on. It's so frustrating, family. I don't know if I should go around him again. There's a big military plane right there, banking hard. I'm seeing the belly. It's kind of like this. Actually, looks like a cargo plane, and it looks like it's hard to say this, but it looks like it could have 4 engine props. I don't think that's what that is. They're probably jets. Big boy though, that's for sure. Okay, the guy is like taking off now, so how long? Oh, he's going around some other little car. left side of a split, so might as well do that now. Okay, so we have 60 miles total. This guy is like looking like he wants to try to pass me on the right. Let's not have that. We're gonna have some road construction beginning up here. Excuse me. Okay. So now you can kind of see that there's a division happening. 74 east. It shows it 74 in a little diamond, but my thing shows it as Interstate 74, so that's a little bit confusing. I don't know what that's all about. I'm gonna get over if I get an opportunity. Looks like I have made the proper lane change. Okay. I'm definitely not going to try and obstruct this guy pulling this trailer. But I got 3 lanes here, so I might as well come on over to this one. Alright. And now let's back this down just a little bit. And I got another message from my baby. She just said, oh. Look at the condition of this road. You probably can't see, but you might be able to discern. It's smooth. This is like really smooth all through here. Gotta give some credit. North Carolina right here. Dang, even that's pretty smooth. 1, 2, 3, 4 lanes. So I'm on this guy for 11 miles. And then I don't know. It gives me a straight arrow. So I'm thinking, okay, does that mean that this road turns into 421 South? Or what? And also, according to my truck, I'm in the wilderness right now. So, the navigation software that's built into the truck doesn't even know about this road. State law, no driving while impaired. Well, thank you for letting us know that. And there's a new voice message. All right. I will be back momentarily. All right. Yeah, my Shah just wanted to inform me of some of the stuff that she has seen online and social media involving some folks that actually are teaching heresy and are not mashpaka. And Yahusha's discernment and how Abba has been working in her life and working through her and being a Baruk Atah unto me. And she sent me another message. Just wanted to say the truck GPS, it says I'm off-road right now. This is the smoothest off-road. I don't know if I need to get over, like, I'm not sure what this Civic is doing in front of me. I'm not speeding, guys. I'm literally, oh, there was a major jump on your smooth road. Whoa, that was wild. I mean, I'm literally just going speed limit. I got 5 miles until I need to make some sort of a change. So the Google Maps on my phone is calling this I-74. That's all pretty incredible. The signage on the road itself had it as 74 and a white diamond, which was like, we might call it could be a state road sign. I guess it could be a county road, but I think it's maybe more like state road. So yeah, trying to decide, do I try to listen to her message right now, or do I wait until after I make this next interchange? Plus the pausing and unpausing. So this is a pretty straight and smooth area. I'm going to go for it and try to listen to her message, and I'll be right back. Okay. Hallelujah. Yeah, there's even more. There's a lot, actually. There's a lot of things that are not well in the company that the person keeps. And, like, you know, unwell company corrupts morals. And if we choose to continue to have fellowship with people who are obviously false and extremely false, then that makes everything about us to be suspect. Is that? No? Wait, can't talk. Okay, no. Alright, so 421 south. It's a little bit difficult to tell. Okay, but it looks like it's going to be these 2 lanes. Done a lot of great work here on this road. Look at this crazy interchange. Whoa! There's a multi amount of overpasses and things going on here. This is quite a project that they would have done. It seems like they've done actually a great job too. Okay, yeah, if you're gonna do that, you got about 50 feet to cut me off. Thank you. It's because there's a box truck right here. You're gonna see it in a second. Alright, I might get a new speed limit showing up on here. The box truck did start speeding up too. And we're going to be merging onto this road. And it looks like we're going to be picking up speed even more. A little bit of a nail biter going on there. Alright. 65, Hallelujah Yahuah. So, dude, this is crazy. Now it's saying 6.3 more miles. Very wild. Very, very wild. How much I'm having to change roads. But, we're just keeping it moving. Keeping it moving, making our way to the pilot. 42 miles. I don't think, I'm not gonna just stop ahead of time. I'm gonna try to press on here. And it will be praised. Help me, Abba, to go the remaining 44 miles. Kernersville. We're coming up to here. Kernersville. And there's a lot of jamming on brakes right here because there's a merge happening here that looks very unwell. Yeah, very unwell indeed. You might not want to crash into the side of a big camper. That could ruin both of our days. Alright. We're trying to keep things moving here, but this could have been an oversight in the planning. Because even at 45, everyone's having trouble merging, and it's supposed to be 65 through here. So very congested ahead. Not sure how long that's going to go on for. Just kind of increasing my speed slowly as the flow is allowing. This is not, this congestion and this traffic and then trying to do all the things with the touching and that right now. This says entering Cape Fear River Basin. I got 3.5 miles to go before I get on 40 East. But actually, it's still 421 South, so I don't understand that. Oh my gosh. It's stressy. It's stressy. It's just the timing of it all. Okay. Just relax. Into it when you can. No pressure. I don't know why I always feel such immense pressure. But I do. Even sometimes just with y'all's comments on YouTube video, like I feel like I need to try to answer it as soon as I see it. Sometimes I can't. Excuse me. Now we have another group of people merging on. Look like they want to just merge right into me. So I don't want to get stuck out here in this lane. I'm going to try to get back over. Right here. 65. 65. Okay. Sorry, my baby, if you are ever watching this later, you might realize that I want to try to get to your message as soon as I can, but I cannot right now. I have 1.5 miles before there's some kind of a change going on, so I need to be on my toes right now. It says right lane ends in 1 mile. All right, thank you. They're letting me over. I appreciate that. That's how we should be. That's how we should be for folks, you know. Just a gorgeous sky today. It's been a really lovely drive. The views, everything. Quite a bit under my allowable amount of 11 hours today. but I can't really foresee pushing the issue. It's actually telling me that I'm on this road for 4.7 miles only. 65. Okay, I'm gonna try and check in with my baby. She's sent me a bunch. So I will be right back with y'all. Okay. Seems like there's a lot more traffic right here. This is I-40. Excuse me, I have 2 miles. Then it says 840 east. So I need to get over. And Baruk Atah Yahuah, like, I can't. Look at that. It's clear. So it's not out of control crazy like a bunch of the other places that I've had to go. Right? Where there's like interchanges and different things. I do not know what town this is, but right now I'm looking for 840 east, which is this, 73 north, which is also that, and this is the one that goes to Greensboro. So despite having multiple federal or interstates interchanging, the roads are smooth, the traffic is under control, and the chaos is rebuking. I love it. I do. I really, really do appreciate this place right now. Try to squeeze over one more time. I got to look out for that Tesla right there, whatever they're doing. 65. That stuff is the result of an accident that happened earlier, and even that is under control. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 possible lanes that you can take for this exit. And I think stay on 840 east. Okay, now I'm confused. And I was over here praising everything. Stay on 840 east, 33 miles. Okay. 840 east. Exit only. Oh boy. Is this not the right way to go? I think I could be going the wrong way, family. No matter how hard I try, I always seem to get jacked up. Oh, it's telling me that it's correct. I am confusion. Why would we stay on if I had to exit and go around? Roundy-bowdy. It's like the roads cause one type of confusion. Friendly. Dang you. Get off of my rear view mirror telling me to go to my phone with Wi-Fi. I don't want to do that right now. In 1 mile, take the right exit to West Friendly. I'm on I-73 future I-840. And it's like I'm literally going in the opposite direction I'm supposed to go. For all I know, this thing's gonna make me make a U-turn too. It did that to me twice yesterday. I don't know how I messed this up. I'm very confused. truth is, I have 35 minutes until I get where I'm trying to get. And that's okay. And yeah, it is kind of like a U-turn, but not really, because I go under the underpass and then onto the on-ramp in the opposite direction. So somehow I got on 840 going the opposite way. I don't understand, but then again, man, I'm not surprised. What's really funny is how I was over here being like, see, they did it right. All this is great. Look at how it is. It's not confusing. And then I got confused. Ooh. But that's all right. That's okay. Yeah. Oh, I can't wait to be able to see all the stuff that my baby's showing me. Man. There are just so many wolves out here, y'all. Okay, so I'm making a Sharpie type turn right here. Try to stay clear of the curb and all. Yep. Great job. Truck's doing great. So now this is really weird. It's literally telling me to exit. Right? So it's not that I was going like totally the wrong way. I am so confused. It's telling me to take I-40 east to Greensboro. So I feel like I missed out on the chance to do the going around Greensboro to now I'm going to have to drive right through Greensboro. I don't know how it's deciding to not just fix the problem instead of changing the whole route. Shouldn't I still be able to get on 840 east? I mean, that's what I was trying to do the entire time. And in 33 miles, I'll take exit 150. The right lane's ending. I do not have speed as of yet. But on this for 32 miles. And I have to somehow get over because this is an exit only lane. In 5, 4, 3, 32 miles. I would want to get over one more, but there's a great big truck. Like he's literally like trying to close the door on me right here. So I'm gonna stay right here. Probably jump in and get behind him if there was room, but there's a Ford Flex or something behind him. Oh no, I might still be able to get over. road. You do you. I'm gonna be right here. So my actual pit stop is apparently right off of this road. And I have 30 miles. So I'm gonna pause and go and look at what my Shah shared, and I'll be right back. All right, yeah, I'm back. So I did get mixed up. I made the wrong turn. I turned around, come this way. All's well. Just checking those messages from my Shah. There's a lot of disturbing and concerning things that are going on there. And the one that reached out to me about meeting me on the Shabbat is I don't know, close, affiliated, associated with a lot of these folks, and it's not well. So I got serious concerns. I don't know if Abba wants me to steer him away from all those deceptions, or otherwise, you know, I'll just say Yahuwah's will be done. You know what I mean? But I can guarantee you one thing: I'm not falling into those deceptions. I'm not believing any of that stuff. And some examples are, well, it's not that it's guilt by association at all, but when you continue to have fellowship with people who are in these false ways, then it brings into question your own discernment. Common deceptions, I've been talking about that Gene Parted Yah, who's a martial artist, whatever. People who mock folks that are in the true names. People that drink their own urine and call it healthy. People that think that America is the true promised land that we were all lied to and deceived, and that this is actually the place. Or again, I said, okay, well, what about the caves at Qumran? The scriptures that we believe were discovered there, and they verified the translations that were out there. Not every little mistranslated English word, not like that, but the actual letters. I'll say maybe the Paleo, right? Yeah. Not everybody who has the name is Qadash. And if you have the name, but you still say Godchrist, Lort, and you are proud to be an Extian, you're not in the way in your understanding. You think it's basically Christianity with a couple changed names. That's not true. That's false. So, I'm confused again. Where are all those exits going? Yo no sé. I'm on 40 East, and it looks like we're basically gonna make our way through Greensboro. Got 18 miles. What I would just call staying on this road. Here's a white bus with its flashers on. I have no idea what's up with that. It looks like a prison bus. Now the flashers are off. Now the left blinker's on. It's a county school bus. White. Weird. Oh, another message. I'm not going to be able to get to that right this second. All right. And then there's the whole issue of denying that Yah is our deliverer, that Yahusha is Elohim, that Yahuwah and Yahusha are Echad, means that you have a different Mashiach. So it's a divisive issue. It really is a salvific issue. There is only one HaMashiach. So that's another thing that goes on in these camps, where there's literally white supremacists. Okay? I'm not having fellowship with a white supremacist or a racist black Hebrew Israelite or anyone else who's racist at all. That ain't the way. Okay? So we don't deny that Yahusha is Yahuwah. We don't embrace any form of racial divisions at all. Any divisions based on skin color, that's not how the scripture makes the divide between the lambs and the goats, the wheats and the tares, the obedient and the disobedient, the wise and the foolish. That's the division. That's Torah, scripture. I'm not shrinking back from it. I'm not deviating from it. I've been saying it however long. Yahuwah knows. I don't know. However long. Okay? So, if you come at me with some of that crap and you try and teach me this or that, then just understand and be prepared to be publicly exposed. Period. Right? I will make a correction in private with a brother in private. Okay? But if they repent not and turn not from that and insist on those kinds of false teachings, then I have to warn the lambs. I have an obligation to do it. Period. Try and hang out with this truck if I can. So you get all the zippy cars zipping in and out, whatever. And they're very erratic. And so I'm starting to discern some of that now, or seeing a little bit of that. I don't know, maybe I'm getting closer to the actual Greensboro, or maybe I already passed it. I don't even know where it is. This says Gibsonville. Dude, are you coming into my lane? Don't come into my lane, buddy. Paying attention? Doing all right, mister? Y'all just say. We are overdue for a break, but we are close to our destination. Gibsonville is to, oh dang, Greensboro already done been gone a while back, y'all, so we ain't doing that anymore. Send me another voice clip. I gotta check out the voice clip. Be right back. Alright. 10 miles. Staying behind this big truck right here. Lots of little cars zipping along every which way. Don't want them to cut me off or nothing. But they might try, because that's just how they are. You know. 50. And it's just cutting it too close. If I was going straight to make the delivery right now, I could probably do that. And honestly, I probably have enough fuel to do all that. But I already have a reservation in Greensboro, and you know, there's no reason for me to keep the hammer down so hard like I have been. It's now is an opportunity for me to just kind of like relax and Baruk Yahuah and look how far he's brought me already. You know what I mean? So Ruach Ha'Qadash, I got 10 minutes till I get to the spot, go to the restroom, top off all the fuel, and get myself something to eat. And then figure out, you know, the little steps that are left. There's not a lot of steps left because I'm probably going to be within 2 hours of my destination. And so, like, I can't even drop until, say, like 9 in the dawning. Burlington downtown. Burlington. Is that the name of where I am? I don't know. 6 miles. 6 miles. thinning out? Maybe not. Here goes more. I mean, when you see a sign for McDonald's, Bojangles, Taco Bell, Arby's, Wendy's, you're like, yeah, we're not out of it yet. Gross, bro. H-A-W River. I feel like I'm going to slide over here. So I feel like that's my sign right there, pilot, exit 150. I'm probably gonna need the DEF. It's not showing on there, but I didn't get it the last time, so it's probably like maybe 4 is my guess, 4 gallons. Let's see. Right at 6 hours and 15 minutes. RV entrance, truck entrance, in the truck entrance. so loud. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go and pay and stuff. gonna be trouble, fam. Freaking DEF ain't gonna reach. So I'm gonna have to back up. There was a cute road dog down there, a couple trucks down. Slipping and sliding. Diesel is all comes spewing out because it doesn't shut off. All right, I gotta back up, and I got nobody behind me, so it's kind of crazy. But the deaf don't reach, so I have no choice really. Freaking slipping everywhere out here. I don't know if I need better shoes or if it's because of my leg. Gosh, probably a combination there of both. So they definitely got showers here. I'm gonna check and see. Dang it, I did not check and see. I can check in the app. But what I'm wondering, in all honesty right now, is am I allowed to park up here? You know what I mean? Because they have like a different place for campers to park. So I don't know what would happen if I parked in one of these. But I'm really tempted to just the only thing that would stop me is if any of them act a certain kind of way about it, which I have no idea why they would. It says courtesy handicap parking. They really honestly like wouldn't have a reason, but this could be also like some kind of premium parking. I don't know. So I better not take a chance. I'm gonna come over here and maybe there's some camper parking. I mean, that one says RV and dudes in it. inspect this parking job. I actually might have nailed this. Got about 6 more feet I can run up. Hallelujah Yahuah. That pretty much nails it. Okay. So I'm gonna get a hold of my Yashar'Al, talk to her. I'm gonna get off into this place and get myself a shower. Baruk Atah Yahuah, excuse me. Redo my coffee. I don't know. I'm not sure what else. But I will be back, Abba willing, with y'all. Alright? That was actually a pretty great 6 hours that we did there. So, Halal Yahuah. Baruk Atah and Ahaba Mashpaka. Shalom. That's a lot better, but I still got to get out of this heat. Woo! All right, I'm back. So I actually wanted to share the fuel. So the pump price was $264.91, so almost $265, and I paid $211.50. So the saving was $53.41. So $47 the last time, $53 this time, and the time before that I actually saved $100 because I bought so much, and because it was a little bit more savings at the pump. Great facility, really clean shower, private. Worked out awesome for me. I probably need to start thinking about taking that shower chair with me because it is slick. If a tendency to want to make you slide because it's pitched for draining, and then when you're rinsing soap off, the ground's slick and you just got the 1 foot. So yeah, it's a little bit of something. And let's see, I got to refill. The coffee was $1.15, I think. So that was pretty great. But it is 100 degrees. And when I came out to the truck to get the creamer and the monk fruit to doctor up the coffee, because I just get it black and then I put my own stuff, I was melting out there. So now I got my leg off. Everything's washed. That's the hardest part for me, is going a time without washing that thing. It's not well, and yeah, I can still see like a little bit wanting to try to rash right here, so I'm gonna have to be extra cautious with that. And then I need to try to get into the shower more often than what I did, like, let's see, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 4 days. That's quite a bit for me, and especially with the leg liner. If it wasn't for that, you know, I'd become downright offensive, I'm sure. Let's see. So I got my points up to 1827 points. It says points to redeem. I don't understand what the redeeming of the points is for, or how we do that. Please let me know if you know how to redeem points. It tells you to activate, fuel, earn, repeat, but it doesn't tell you how to spend points. And I don't know how long they last. Earn free drinks. I guess I probably could have done that and should have done that. I don't know how that works. Here's a thing that says offer. Save 10 cents per gallon on gas. No thanks. Monster energy drink. No thanks. Red Bull. No thanks. I really don't want any of this stuff. Pops and I don't know what I even would get. $5 off of some kind of soft-sided cooler bag, maybe something like that. Military discount. So I don't know how you redeem points. Gift cards. That could be a thing. Just for like coffee refill. Dang guys, I don't even know how you, I think at some point I went to get a coffee and they were like, oh, so much points. So maybe something like that. Oh well, I do not know. I need to get my status back to driving on my log right quick. And I want to utilize my 331881. Alright, so we spent an hour and 45 minutes here. Fuel, doctor and coffee, making a phone call to my Yahusha. I love you, baby, if you watch this. And also the shower. Okay, so we are ready to rock and roll. And let me get my navigation up on here. Oh, I should actually, one second.
Was a surprise because earlier in the day there were reports of...
Oh, there go my baby messaging me. Oh, she sent me a location. Oh, what the heck? Oh, she sent me directions to a Home Depot. 30 minutes away? I don't know if it's because my phone is so hot, like it's literally not working. I'm gonna see what she said. I'll be right back. All right, cool. My Yahusha has come through again. Hallelujah. Yahuah. She's found a Barnes and Noble that I can go to with air conditioning and free Wi-Fi, because I still have quite a long ways to go until the sun goes down to be thinking about bedding down. And then there's actually a Home Depot that allows overnight parking, like literally right across the street. So it is perfect. It is well. Halal Yahuah and Tada Kamai Asha. I'm gonna try to zip down because there's gonna be folks coming in and out through here. So the best thing for me to do is to come on down to the truck exit and follow out this big guy. Why is that? I moved for you. Okay, I thought he was coming in here. I was like, what? Don't you be pulling in the exit, bruh. Don't be pulling in the exit, bruh. It's hot, 100 degrees, and I feel every ounce of it too. Dang. I got the DEF. I got all the diesel. I got 5% remaining on my oil. That ain't well. I'm gonna get that done when I get back to Goshen. It's actually something that I need to try and coordinate. May I remember? Abba, help me to remember. Let me see what my baby's saying. Okay. I don't know. I don't remember what I was saying, but I'm on the road. And this is only 27 minutes to this Barnes & Noble. And apparently there's even going to be room for me to park, as well as some shade possibly, which would be very well, obviously. Hallelujah. Alright, I'm going to try to scooch over because there's folks coming on. Speed limit 65, get up to speed a little bit. Try to get my mental focus back on traffic management. Yeah. Now at least the sun is behind me, which is going to help a lot with the cab temperature because it was right coming through the windshield, and it was blasting down on me. And I was parked like that the whole time when I went in to get the shower, so when I came back to the truck, everything was like on fire. Oh. Hallelujah. Sure if what I just read, all trucks right lane begin 2¼ miles way in motion. Well, I am gonna slide over, whether Mr. Buick, whatever that is. Oh shoot, look at this. This guy's coming right into me. Dude, you better freaking slow your roll, Buick. Like, seriously, dude. I'm not sure. The white school bus is in the right lane. Look, this guy said he's going around. You didn't see the sign. That's why I see you hitting your turbo hot shot. All ticked. Whatever, bro. I'm actually trying to obey the law out here. We're supposed to be in the right lane. So yeah, it's not normally maybe this hot here. I'm gonna check that out when I get to the parking spot. Everything's finally coming down. I feel it. Let me see, what Thanks so much. So there's a weigh station here. I am curious if I would be able to see what I weigh with this trailer. I forgot how much it was. 11, 7, 18, like maybe 19. Still well under that 26,000 threshold for a CDL or non-CDL. Non-CDL up to 26,000, and then after that, CDL required. On up. Some of these are up and up and up and up. Oh, and all these trucks are in the right, or in the, not in the very far right lane. Like, I wonder what's up with that. I thought they were all required to. It says all trucks is lane. Why do I still wonder why people don't obey the law? I don't know. Oh, he got over now. Unless cleared in motion. Don't know how that works. Don't know what speed they want us to go. Of course, here's a truck trying to get on. A truck, a car. I'm gonna get over. It says that the station's open. See if I can follow the signage. 45. Ramp speed. Then right here it's telling you 30. I can't tell if that's open. Okay. Tell me to go this way. Like I'm going to be number 4 in line. Baruk Atah. Coffee's piping hot from there. Robust and dark. I know it's not unfluoridated. Dang it. It's a bit of a process to, not so much to make the coffee with my little pot that I have, it's to clean it out and do it again. That's the thing. And like washing dishes and things, it seems to be the most difficult aspect that I have right now. I want to wear those gloves in a moment. They're already probably crazy hot. I should go ahead and just put them on. The best way to shape them and everything, put them on when they're really hot. I can't tell. There's no like green light or nothing. Green light. Here we go. 85 miles an hour. I did not get to see the weight. It's not really that much anyways, right? So we're at 9.7 miles per gallon after 660 miles. Baruk Yahuah. I got 3.4 miles. It says stay on 40 east, 3.3 miles to 40 east. Again with that nonsense. So when I get to the Barnes & Noble, I'm going to try to take the laptop up inside and connect to the Wi-Fi and see if I can get some of these videos uploaded. Got 4, 5, and this will be 6. A lot of it is the views. That's the main thing. Some of the different, dialogue about RV transporting, but also some information about Kings of the Earth, Donald Trump, the Israel and Iran conflict, and all that kind of stuff too. Baruk Yahuah. Whatever Abba places upon my heart to speak about, right? We have seen some gorgeous landscapes today. We've gone through some fun tunnels. We did the fuel stop. I started just like trying to let that run so you guys can maybe see something going on there. You never know what you can see, right? It ain't for entertainment, amusement, to get stimulated and all that sensory overload and all that. No. We're trying to slow things down and go like a little bit simpler. Although sometimes I get overstimulated while I'm doing this job. Well, especially when I'm around all these demonic, freaking insane loonies. They get me triggered. Alright. So, it's saying in a half a mile that I'm staying on east. I don't know. It just seems all kind of crazy. So this is 40 to Raleigh. That's what I'm after. Messes of folks going over yonder. And a few of us is going this way. Oh, you guys, I feel so much better. Really, like, hats off to Pilot for their shower program thing. It's really great. And every time you buy 50 gallons worth of fuel, you get a shower. So, well, that's often doing this type of work, like every day you're working. So this is 11 miles. Hillsborough is a county I think in Florida too, but it's also apparently some kind of town over here. Excuse me. It only says 14 minutes until we get to the destination. So I honestly don't even know if there's time to play. I was going to play some more of these talking heads and whatever they're saying about all that. I guess I'll sign, because the bottom line is that all wars, rumors of wars will increase. It's going to escalate. It's not going to de-escalate. They're going to say that there's peace, but there is no peace. Right? Just like Trump saying, I should get the Nobel Peace Prize for this and this and this and this. And even somebody in the European Union or whatever nominated him. Or somebody from somewhere, whatever. But then what's he do? He just goes and strikes, and you know, it's I do below that people can realize that he is not what he portrays himself to be. And the fake media tried to paint him as being something unclean, and everybody got convinced that they were just victimizing him and they're full of crap anyway, so who listens to what they say when actually they're literally like letting you know the truth of the matter. And that's the shame. It really is a shame too. So it's interesting that everybody is speeding in the construction zone, but I'm not surprised. It's wild, bro. Construction everywhere, and people following the speed limit? Nowhere. Hardly any. A few truckers. And I should say most truckers. A lot of them don't, but most of them do. You know. But these private citizen vehicles out here, yeah, right, bro. 10 over in the construction zone is normal. It's just normal. The speed limit would be 65 if we were not in a construction zone, and that's what they're all doing. Or more. Actually, that sign does say work zone 65. So for here, it is. But I'm not just only talking about just here. And that ain't 65. You know what I mean? So it does look like this crane is operating, maybe, or this track hoe, whatever it is. Oh, maybe not. I see the arm extended, but, oh, yep, he's digging. They're down in there digging something. This dump truck is rolling, kicking up all kinds of dust right here. Big old monster tires on that thing. Don't get lost in the details of the he said, she said, and all that geopolitical whatever. They are operating in concert, scripted by the same author. And the whole world pretty much given over to the reprobate mind. And so thus the wrath of Yahuah is upon them. And I do believe that they're sealed. There are many that are sealed. Remember in the scripture when Abba ordered the vengeance to go out, and it says, touch not those that are sealed in the forehead. His. Okay, there's the opportunities closed, the door's closed in that scripture, right? And that is also a foreshadowing of the ultimate judgment. Just like when Lot and his wife were called out of the city, that those folks that are not called out of the city, they're sealed, done, right? Once the command to execute the wrath is in place, wow. That person was signaling to come over, and they weren't even past the front of the truck yet. I mean, not just signaling, like coming. As soon soon as I saw them signal on and coming, like, wow. Somebody, when I was younger, used to say I could reach right out and shine that guy's bumper. I could have reached right out and shined his bumper. Kind of funny. Carborough. Do you know where we are? Chapel Hill, 1 mile. Chapel Hill is 1 mile. I called the Camping World in Greenville. It all did ultimately go well, but it didn't seem to start out so great. And we got to try to, like, remain kind and flip that. Who knows what that person's going through, really? I mean, ultimately, right? So, the same person that answered the phone at this place is the one who said, I'll see you tomorrow, basically. And, you know, at first it was kind of like this attitude, like, I guess they're surprised if an RV transporter calls ahead to, you know, introduce themselves and let them know that you're coming, maybe give them the VIN if they ask for it and stuff like that. I try to do that. I like to do that. I don't just show up. It really is a professional courtesy, and you know, ultimately I feel that she appreciated it, but it's almost like she was shocked and kind of like, okay, well, what do you need to know? And I'm like, oh, well, I've never been to your dealership before, and it's my custom to phone ahead and let them know I'm coming and what I have and all the rest of that news. Good golly, dude. Wow, just like, wow. So then she says something like, well, what's stock number? I said, oh, stock number. That's a great question. I have, I think one of the things I had was a unit number and a VIN number, and then she ultimately said the VIN number. So I read that out to her, which, you know, that's like 4 F Foxtrot D Delta S Sierra 69 T Tango, like that, right? So I'm kind of taking my time, speaking clear, professional. She verified the last 3 that I said. I said that's correct. And then she said, okay, great, thank you so much, I'll see you tomorrow. I said, all right, yeah, thank you. What was your name again? I'm sorry. And then she gave me her name. And I asked her, and I said, one more thing, I've never been to your dealership before. Is there anywhere in particular I should park? I always try to ask that. The last thing I want to do is get in a situation where they ask me to back or relocate the unit and stuff like that. Although I did back twice successfully today, and I Baruk Atah Yahuah, because in a way it's blind. I mean, I checked behind me first, and the one time was just straight back about 5 feet at the fuel pump. You probably saw, and I put the DEF in, which sprayed out everywhere. I'm so sick and tired of that, but it's how it is. I did it also at the pilot when for the shower. Maybe that's on the camera too. There was a big rig that was taking one of the RV spots, and I pulled past as far as I could, but then when I backed, I also had to, like, angle the trailer. So basically, if I need the trailer to go to the left, I'd move the bottom wheel to the left. And it's just a matter of doing it a bunch to get it started, and then how you back it out to smooth it out. It's a feel thing, I think, practice thing. But if this was my trailer and I was doing that on the regular, and especially if I had a camera mounted in the back, which I would, if it was my norm, you know, I'd be able to back into spots. I feel very confident about it. It behaved a lot like I would expect. Now mine is a 43-foot toy hauler, and everything is like delayed. when I crank the wheel and I start going, it's like it doesn't start responding right away, and it takes a minute, and then it's like an exaggerated. Plus the tail swing is a lot. I think it has to do with where the axles are, but I don't know exactly. This is me, 270, Chapel Hill. All right, family, let's blow. Abba Yahuah. Please allow me to get a spot at the bookstore that's in the shade, that's very accessible, so that I can basically get through several hours here before ultimately going to the Home Depot. I need to be able to dress my leg with the salve, my baby salve right there. I'm trying to thaw it out some because it was in the fridge. It gets solid. Solid as a... Oh, sorry. Yeah. I'm going to try see what side. Okay, so it is the left side. So I am in the incorrect lane. However, most of these guys I think will zip out right quick, and it'll allow me to get over. I just keep my left signal going. Might even get out and whip up a little something to eat. We'll see. I actually feel pretty okay as far as that goes. You know what would suck is if the microphone was cutting out that whole time because the air was whipping so hard, and that could be. And I'm sorry if that happens. I should have brought mics. I keep on saying that, and then I went back home and then I forgot them. But I think I can handle one more device to charge. I got like 6 USB chargers going. I'm not exaggerating. Okay, we're gonna try to stay in this lane right here. Hallelujah. Look at that. It worked out because those 2 lanes are left. All right, so it's 0.3, so it's to the light. So I'm gonna try and get over here, and we'll see. Excuse me. I might be able to view it in advance. No, it's actually off the road a bit. I don't know where that Home Depot is. It might be over there. I wanted to scout that too if I could. Trying to, I don't know, read your sign. It is hot out there, boy. Get food at something. Careful. Go. Less. Stop being homeless. The Home Depot is around here somewhere, but I do not know exactly where. I'll find it. You know, I was addicted to drugs and alcohol for a lot of years in my life, but I can't imagine. Like, there's another guy over there playing buckets and stuff with some kind of shopping cart, and he has like an umbrella to give him shade, and he's just playing that. I guess that's like, you know, not just out here begging, I'm also trying to like amuse you. But can you imagine doing this to support of it like that? Because this is like heat stroke type situation. It's 101 right here. I mean, either way, it's all unwell. I'm not advocating for any of that stuff whatsoever. That's perfectly clear. Okay, so here we go. Now I'm getting up into this lane. I'm gonna be turning. It's really congested right here. This is what do you call it? It makes me a little nervous, a little intimidated to try and get up in here. Especially this car is like sticking out. Ooh, you guys, that was close. Okay, so this is the actual Barnes & Noble, and I don't feel like I really want to like get right up in there. I see what my baby's saying. This is where the trees are that she was talking about. I don't know. Oof. I'm gonna try to go a little bit past here. Oh, maybe I will try to go in there. I can't see anything. I'm gonna go past here. There's all kinds of cars in the way. And there's a sign right here that says no trucks, but I think they mean like parking right here. This whole part of this parking lot is open if I can get a chance. Brown. And it looks like I will not get, or maybe I will. And this is going like a dead end right here. Oh, Abba, Baruk, your servant. Baruk, your servant, Abba. Oh my gosh, you guys, I'm nervous. Oh my gosh, I made it. Hallelujah. Hurumamuya. Woo! That's crazy, fam. That is absolutely insane. For whatever reason, this whole parking lot is empty right here. Ashley Homes. Now, I don't know what's up there, so I don't know how far I should go. Does that... You know what? I'm gonna go for this because if it were to make me back up, I could back up. Oh wow, look at that. I was gonna say I could back. Ooh. It's so crazy. Try that. There's nobody over here. I have no idea why or anything. It's pretty cool that I'm able to get this on video. Now when I go to get out of here, it's kind of feels like the same deal. There's a stupid shopping cart right there that I gotta watch out for. But other than that, Baruk Atah Yahuah, y'all. I don't know if I'm allowed to take my coffee in there. we're definitely not shutting down the AC yet, I'll tell you that. And I think one of the first things that I want to do obviously I'm not wearing that flannel right now, so we're gonna put that right there. But it's this guy that is one of the most important things that I ever got for this. I got one of these for every window, and they're essential. Oh my gosh, this thing is like, without this, you'd have no chance. Right? Yeah, see? That goes like that. And then this guy goes there. And that drops the temperature like so much right off the bat, right? One of these, pretty quick and easy. Actually, just like that. Look at that, family. There's one over there for that side as well. And then I have my laptop in here somewhere. I'm gonna put this salve on if it's thawed at all. That's pretty much perfect. Perfecto. Muy perfecto. I don't know, man. It's a little bit spooky to be in this what do you call it? This lot. But it's not like it says no parking anywhere or anything like that. Okay. This is going to need to go back into the refrigerator, which is, let me see, let me just check. I would say probably at 100% or 99% capacity, as it usually just says 99, it doesn't say 100. See if it's still going to connect. Sometimes it won't connect. Let's see. Alright, it's looking like a negative, it's just spinning. And you end up having to like turn it off, turn it back on. And we ain't doing all that. Okay. So that is definitely going to be concluding it for today. All I'm going to do is go kill time in the Barnes & Noble, and then at some point I will make my way to the Home Depot. My baby sent me the GPS, the Google Maps, whatever you want to call it, coordinates for the Home Depot, which is I wonder if I would be able to just stay right here. I can't really see a reason why not, but who knows, you know, what they're going to say and whatnot. Okay. Baruk Atah Yahuah in Yahuah, Hallelujah. Shalum Shalum Mashpaka.